Good morning, everyone. It's 8:30 already. It's hard to believe, but if you can find your seats, and hopefully our convener can get some people out of the breakfast room, and we'll get started because we have a busy agenda. At the end.
Is it yours?
That's mine.
Should we stay up here or should we sit down there?
Jan here. End of the second round.
Oh yeah, not the first set of resolutions, the second one.
See who's up. What's that? Convener. He's going over there going ding dong. I said, what did you call me? There's a lamp table, I think.
Do you want me to? Brian Gilroy, if you're in the room, could you wave your hand? I can't see him. Oh, he's waving. There he is, Peggy.
You're going to do something?
Sure, you want to do something? I'll do a few and then.
All right, well, the last of our people get in here and seated. We're going to get started because we have a very busy agenda, and a number of you have spoken to me over the last 12 hours with some concerns that we wouldn't get through all of our resolutions, and I just want to let you know I feel pretty confident that we will. In addition to the hour that we have first thing this morning, on your agenda there was a piece called Grassroots Input or Policy Session. That is where we will finish up the resolutions if we don't get through them this morning. So on behalf of the OFA staff, I want to thank all of you for coming today, our members, our exhibitors, and our sponsors. I'd like to highlight a few of them for you this morning. Hydro One, Ontario Turkey, and Ontario Beef were sponsors of our dinner last night, which was delicious. The cooperators sponsored the app, and I hope that many of you have found that to be a useful tool to find all the information that you need about the meeting here today. Scotiabank was a sponsor for the fireside chat that we had yesterday afternoon. TELUS was the sponsor of lunch yesterday and again today. Egg Farmers of Ontario was a sponsor of our breakfast yesterday morning and again today. Thank you very much. Rogers has sponsored our Wi-Fi throughout the event in the building. The Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers sponsored the reception that we had on the first night here on the Sunday night. And Myers Norris Penny, or MNP, sponsored the Financial Fluency Workshop that we held yesterday. And just two more, shout out to Ontario Power Generation and also Wallenstein Feeds. Our sponsors are really incredibly important to putting together a great agenda over the 2 days, and they're very appreciated. I hope that you had a chance to chat with some of our exhibitors and sponsors over the last couple of days. I also have really big news for the group about the results of the silent auction last night, and I don't know where Louis is, but I hope he's somewhere in the room here. He's going to be happy to hear this was the largest successful silent auction that we have ever held at an OFA banquet, and we raised $10,618 for our scholarships and bursaries. So thank you to everyone that opened up your hearts and your wallets. As you know, the full amount of the funds raised through our bursary, or through our silent auction, goes to support our bursaries in future years. And there were 5 given yesterday, and we'll be able to do the same again next year. Also, our 50-50 draw is the best ever results for the 50-50 draw, $2,140 in total. So the lucky winner will go home with $1,070. So thank you to everyone for sponsoring. All right, I'm going to cover a few more thank yous because it's super important. I want to give a big shout out to the OFA staff team that put this event together over the last couple of days. As you can well guess, you've been to a lot of conferences like this. There's a lot of details, everything from the room and the facility, the AV and the lighting, making sure it works when you need it to, the food, the workshops, finding speakers, all of the work that goes into the regional meetings ahead of this event to make sure that we get the delegates and the PAC people here to participate in this process. And the PowerPoint support and the clicker support so that we can vote efficiently and effectively on important matters. The registration desk. Hospitality gifts have been coordinated, or not hospitality gifts, sorry, speaker gifts and speaking notes. Very important for all of our folks that are up here. There's a team of people that help us with the resolution support process up into today, doing some research to make sure that we know what we need to know. Social media management, there's a lot of stuff going on going out of this meeting to keep our members who are not here. I don't know if you're aware, but this meeting is also being live streamed, so thank you to those that are at home watching. And again, the silent auction was a really big hit because a lot of you donated some really beautiful gifts to that silent auction, and that's a lot of work our staff team went to organizing it all and making it look beautiful, taking all the bids and getting it all ready to go. So, and a big extra special shout out to Kelly Alves. She is the coordinator of all of those pieces, so it takes a lot of work to make that all happen, but Kelly is the point person. All right, I think I got through all my thank yous, and if I have forgotten anything, I'm very sorry. We certainly do appreciate all of you for being here and all of your help. What we're going to do now is look at a 6-minute video, or roughly 6-minute video. It's a compilation of the successes and the accomplishments and the activities of the OFA this year, and I'm super excited to let you know that it is not a bunch of Brady Bunch Zoom photos this year. We actually did some really exciting things all across the province, so enjoy.
We have all been waiting for this moment in time, these opportunities to return to normal, or at least maybe the new normal compared to what we've been going through the last 2 years. I am thrilled to have us here together today. A year ago, we gathered virtually, and 2022 began with combinations of virtual and hybrid events. I think I can speak for all of us when I say that I am glad that we are ending 2022 here together in person. Nothing can replace running into familiar faces in the agriculture industry across all sorts of events, whether it is the Canada's Outdoor Farm Show, the IPM, regional meetings, or even our summer board tour. It's an aspect that makes our jobs and roles within agriculture feel so fun and enjoyable. Being able to experience that and catch up with old friends while addressing moving issues and priorities and projects forward helped make this a successful 2022. There's not much we can actually accomplish alone, especially at the level of impact that we strive for. Working together with industry partners, our fellow commodities, and farmers just like you has helped us accomplish incredible things across the province, and we owe it to ourselves to be proud. Our efforts to tackle farmland preservation, mental health and wellness, and engaging with Ontarians has been reflected in the milestones we have reached over the past year. Our homegrown campaign has exceeded expectations, allowing us to reach an audience outside of our normal echo chamber. So let's celebrate. Celebrate what we've been able to accomplish and that we haven't skipped a beat, no matter what life has thrown our way. I look forward to sharing these highlights as everyone has had an important part to play in the OFA's year in review.
Once again, OFA, Ontario farmers, support your local farmers, get out there, go to a farmer's market, and if you go to your grocery store, say, I want Ontario. Ready?
Absolutely. Let's go.
One up the team.
What is one thing we can do to support local farmers?
Look for Ontario produce, buy local, buy from the store with the Ontario symbol, Foodland Ontario symbol. It tastes great. 200 different products. You can find something that's made here at home. The OFA and the 38,000 members strongly support this bill and the amendments to the Greenhouse Gas Pollution Pricing Act. We are confident that by expanding the list of qualifying farm fuels to include natural gas and propane, and by amending the definition of eligible farm machinery to allow those fuels to be used to provide heat to dry grain and raise or house livestock, that it will make a difference.
It is important that we have the proper support from different levels of government to move those initiatives forward and ensure that farmers continue to be productive and continue to be profitable going forward.
The 2021 Census of Agriculture, it showed Ontario is losing 319 acres of farmland, and that's daily. When that farmland goes, so do those products that we rely on.
Absolutely. Based on the progress we've made, we can be optimistic for an even stronger year ahead. 2023 offers a new year of opportunities to build relationships, grow our industry, and advocate for our members on existing and arising priorities. I thank each and every one of you for helping shape agriculture in Ontario and actively contributing to our wins and milestones. Here's to working for farms and food forever.
Thanks, everyone. I really like the creation of these videos, and I think it's a great reminder of what we can accomplish as a team over a 12-month period since the last time we met. So I'm going to turn it over to the resolution chairs now to get started with the next part of the meeting.
So good morning, everyone. We're going to start where we left off yesterday with resolution number 3, but before we do that, if you are eligible to vote, please stand and staff will distribute the clickers.
10,608. Thank you. I think I lose in last year's meeting. With her feet up in
Fact checking us holiday expected.
Did you help?
Ryan sent it to me. I said he's my neighbor. Nope.
Good.
Does everyone who has who needs a clicker have one? Put up your hand, please, if you still need one. Not seeing any hands. The instructions are on the screen. And we will begin with a test question. Could we have that up, please? So please answer this question truthfully. And begin, please. When you press your button, the green light should come on. You have the answer in front of you. I assume everyone's clicker worked. And if that's the case, we will begin with resolution number 3. Could we have that up on the screen, please? So I will read it for you. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the Ontario Federation of Anglers and Hunters and the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry to ensure that wild turkey sightings are adequately measured and that existing hunting metrics limits be reviewed, and further be it resolved that the OFA lobby the appropriate government agencies to further open fall hunting seasons for wild turkey in wildlife management units that currently only have a spring hunt and increase the tag limits for wild turkey hunting. May I have a mover and a seconder, please? And I will remind you to state your name and where you come from. So please, if you could please go to the mic, that would be appreciated.
There, McKinnon, Algoma.
Charles Wrigley, I'll second it.
I could have warned you, Mark. Ron Bonnets. Algoma seconds.
I assume that staff heard that, who the mover was. Could the mover please state their name again so we could all hear? Thank you very much. Just remember that there are some people watching online here, and it's important that we speak through the microphone. So, Speaker, would the Speaker like to speak to the motion? At the mic.
I'm the turkey, so they saw me. No, we have turkeys have started to establish themselves in our area, and they're becoming a nuisance. So we proposed that this be added to address the issue before it becomes serious.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. Please use your clickers. Thank you very much. That resolution has passed. We will go to resolution number 4 from Algoma. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to act more quickly and decisively in filling staffing gaps within the provincial healthcare system. And further be it resolved that the OFA work with other provincial healthcare stakeholders in supporting legislation, tools, and activities to improve access to health care. May I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Ron Bonnet, Algoma moves.
Thank you, Ron. And a seconder?
Claire McKinnon, Algoma.
And thank you for coming to the mic. Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think it's, Ron Bond again, I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We're seeing in rural Ontario a number of people that can't get a family physician. It affects everything from emergency services to even something as simple as our truck drivers that haul the products not being able to get medical certification. So there's a big vacuum right now in healthcare in rural Ontario.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Donna Lunn, Elgin County. As a background, I'm an RN, and I have had a lot of health experiences, some people might know in this, especially this year with a farm accident in our family. But I am concerned about the resolution. I would like to make a friendly amendment to it, but saying that, I believe that who lobbies government should be the organization who is front and center and experts in that subject. And OFA is for agriculture, and nobody else in the province is lobbying for agriculture like OFA. And we need to have our resources, our time, our staff really significantly concentrating on agricultural issues, lobbying government. However, we all know the rural issues. Of course, one is health care. I would suggest a friendly amendment to Algoma that it would read, not Ontario Federation taking the lead on lobbying, but therefore be it resolved that Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the other provincial healthcare stakeholders to lobby the Ontario government to act more quickly and decisively in filling staffing gaps within the provincial healthcare system and in supporting legislation, tools, and activities to improve access to healthcare. So I would just make it one, therefore be it resolved, but not have OFA taking the lead on lobbying the Ontario government, but actually supporting the experts in healthcare systems and in this significant issue.
Thank you, Donna. Have you talked with Algoma?
I have not.
I'm going to suggest that there are a couple of options here. One is that this motion could be tabled until you have the opportunity to do that, or you could make it, formalize it and make it a formal amendment. And I will leave that up to you. And I would ask that in the future, that if you are going to make a friendly amendment, that you please consult with the county that proposed the resolution in the first place beforehand.
We've talked it over, and I think we could treat it as a friendly amendment, but I think it'd be appropriate if staff could just get the new wording up before we deal with it so that everybody knows what they're voting for, if that's okay.
Okay, that's fine this time. But again, if in the future, if you would please consult with, again, the Federation that proposed it in the first place beforehand, that would be helpful.
Table it till the end.
Table it now till the end? Okay. You know what would be helpful to make sure this process flows along? If we could just have a tabling motion to table this till later on in the process, and then you have the appropriate time to get the wording correct.
I would move that we table this until we have it worded and bring it back to the OFA.
Okay. And I need a seconder for that motion.
Ron Bonnet, I'll second that.
Thank you very much. Now you have the appropriate time to get it right. Thank you. And we will move on to resolution number 5. Oh, sorry, do we have to vote on that?
Yeah.
Yes, we do. I'm sorry. We have to vote on a tabling motion.
We need to show it.
I wonder if it would be appropriate to just use a show of hands for this motion. All those in favor of tabling, please raise your hand. Thank you. Anyone opposed to a tabling motion? It's carried. Thank you very much. And we'll move on to number 5. Spot loss compensation. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the Ontario Soil and Crop Improvement Association and other stakeholders to fully quantify crop losses and investigate the viability and potential for a spot loss compensation program for wildlife damage to crops, and further be it resolved that the OFA strongly advocate and pressure the provincial government for a spot loss compensation program for wildlife damage to crops. May I have a mover and a seconder, please?
I so move. Charles Wrigley to Misdemeanor Cochrane.
Thank you, Charles. And a seconder, please.
Michael Merchant, Northeast PAC, second.
And would you like to speak to the motion?
I feel it's fairly clear the way it sits. The idea definitely is there's less crop ground in the north, and when these animals, they want to come down and destruct that crop, it's devastating. I know in Temiskaming there's a bit more crop ground, and what happens there is they come in anyway and take it out. But further on north, as you get up there, we're really looking at a lot of damage there if you can't get the crop harvested before these birds come in. So kind of straightforward in my books.
Thank you, Charles. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion? Microphone number 1.
Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. Is this not already OFA policy? Have we not worked on this 100 times before? And has Agricor not so far come up with anything? And if they did, would it not be way more expensive than you would ever purchase?
Thank you, Eleanor. I'm going to let the general manager answer that question. Is that possible?
I think that it's possible that Ben Lafort would be able to speak best to this, if he's in the room.
Ben, are you here? Or Jason. Jason, could you answer the question? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is currently no spot loss damage for wildlife to crops, and it is something that if this resolution passes, that we would ask Agricor to look into.
Thank you, Jason. Anyone else? I don't see anyone, So I will call the question. I'm sorry, were you going to go up? One more comment.
So Alan Emery, Manitoulin North Shore. So I deal with sandhill cranes regularly. The feedback from wildlife management is that they don't see them as a resident bird in my area. In other words, they feel they're migratory through the area. However, I can speak from experience that the birds actually nest in swampland close to my farm. We've had experiences where I've sat in the front yard of my parents' house on an August evening and counted over 2,400 sandhill cranes flying from my fields to the swamp for the evening. The damage is huge, not just in the fall time. Actually, I just replanted 40 acres of corn last spring. They will pick that cornfield in no time. Flocks of 100 to 200 birds walk up and down the corn rows and pick the seeds out. You can deter them all you wish you want to, but it's a very difficult thing. They're very resilient. They just keep coming back at you. So it is a serious issue in Manitoulin North Shore and Algoma, as well as further north in the northern areas.
Thank you, Alan. Leo?
Yeah, I hope I'm not starting a parade of people to the microphone. Leo Blighter from Dufferin. I have given up one field by the Grand River just north of Shelburne, Dundalk, because of deer infestations every year, just taking out over half the crop. But aside from that, we have a lot of natural heritage areas, and on the edge of those areas we have a lot of wildlife, or the Queen's livestock, whoever you want to call them, but they're feeding a lot and causing damage, and I've talked to Agri-Corps, and they say it's reflected in your yield average, but I think there should be some separate spot lots damage for those that are feeding a lot of this wildlife, so I support the motion.
Thank you. Seeing no one else at the mic, I will call the question. Please use your clickers. That motion is passed. Thank you. Resolution number 6, hybrid meeting model. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, as of March 1st, 2023, offer a hybrid meeting model for all of its key meetings, AGM, PAC, and other committee meetings. Included in this change would be the ability to vote if the meeting presented such an opportunity. Over the next 3 months, the OFA will review its physical facilities and make any appropriate technology changes to support the effective delivery of meetings in a hybrid model. May I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Annette Cousins, Armprior.
Keenan Stone, Renfrew County, I second.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
I believe that this would appeal to a variety of delegates. Number one, those that need to travel quite a distance to get here. For instance, coming from Armprior to drive, it's a 7-hour drive here, 7-hour drive back, and there's people that travel much farther than we do. So you're losing a lot of time, and quite often at this time of the year, a lot of producers are involved in harvesting their corn. So you're taking time away from harvest, perhaps even having, if you do drive, tackling inclement weather. The other people that would benefit from this, I feel, would be those that are involved on their farm and perhaps also looking after childcare. if the hybrid model was available, they could still participate in the meeting, but still be there for their children in the morning and the evening. And third, anyone that perhaps has a health issue. I know our PAC representative really wanted to be here, but due to a health issue couldn't make it, but he would have been able to participate via the hybrid model. We know it works. I felt it worked great last year for the AGM, and so those are my reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Annette. Anyone else? Microphone number 4.
Yes, Brian Cruz from Northumberland County. Many of us have learned through COVID to work with, and I think with moderate success, to work with Zoom meetings. And then post-COVID, when things started to open up, we did have hybrid meetings where some people would attend and some people attended virtually. And it seemed that if you weren't in the room, if you were part of the virtual side of the meeting, I felt that we were less engaged. And I do recognize the advantage of the hybrid meeting, certainly less travel time, and traveling is, it's lost time. But I do think it's important to, for a delegate or a PAC member to be in the room. And another thing that we have to remember is a lot of the benefit of these meetings doesn't happen when we're in this room. It happens when we're at the banquets after and the social times after, where we're networking and making relations that would not be available if you were participating virtually. So I speak against the motion.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else? Microphone number 2.
Julie Dane in Perth County. I'm also speaking against this motion. I agree a lot with what was said at the other microphone there. It is really difficult to engage this many people in an online forum, have everybody involved and give their opinions. For people online, it will be very difficult to speak for and against resolutions. And just looking back at how we had our Zoom meetings a year ago, and I felt when we were doing resolutions, people would call in and speak for and against as often as they would when you had the chance to do it from the floor. And I just feel it could open us up to issues with hackers and stuff. We've had some issues with that with our PAC meetings and stuff when we've attempted to do them virtually and trying to do a hybrid meeting that way. So that's why I'm against the resolution.
Thank you, Julie. And I believe microphone number 1. Oh, I'm sorry, I think number 4 was there first. Excuse me.
Leo Gilbo, Essex. I don't think it's an either or the way it's written. It's not either or. It's just giving us the option in case you can't make it. And I agree. You're right. It's always better if you can be physically here and with the interaction and the conversations we have. But this gives the option to the people who can't make it for health reasons, physical reasons, traveling, or still in harvest. It's just an option. It's not an either or. So we voted in favor for it because at least it still gives you an opportunity to participate in the meeting if you can't physically be here. But I do support the idea that being here physically is still a lot better than virtual. But we have to give people that can't be here the option to at least participate.
Thank you, Leo. And microphone number 1.
Angela Field, Renfrew County. I am in support of this resolution. I'd like to ask a question that nobody actually needs to answer. How many people from this area would make the trip if it was in Thunder Bay or if it was in Eastern Ontario? When the tables are turned, there's a lot of people who would not make the effort to make the trip when you have an extensive amount of traveling. So to have the option to come virtually would be essential for many farmers that are not able to engage simply because they're not able to. Also, last year was my first AGM, and interestingly enough, we all got to vote online. It seemed to work last year, so I don't know why, as a portion of us that aren't able to attend for health or scheduling conflicts or weather, I don't know why it wouldn't work for us to do it that way again. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. And not seeing anyone else at the mic, I will call the question. That motion is passed. And we'll move on to number 7, release of Crown land. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture advocate for and work with the government and other stakeholders to develop agricultural policies and processes for the timely release of Crown land for agricultural purposes in a sustainable manner that is accessible to individual farmers. May I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Albert Helene, Cochrane District. I so move.
Charles Wrigley, Packford, Timiskaming, Cochrane. I'll second.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Certainly, thank you. Albert's in favor of this resolution because its purpose is to bring attention to and attempt to address the long delays experienced by Northern Ontario farmers in trying to acquire Crown land which is adjacent to their farm properties in order to expand their farming operations. These farmers are not land speculators. The acquisition process is challenging to navigate, and the delays they've encountered have become extremely frustrating. By putting this resolution forward, it's hoped that these delays can be addressed by the OFA to the MNR.
Thank you for speaking on behalf of Albert. Appreciate it. Anyone else like to comment? Microphone 4.
Jim Wraith from Middlesex. A number of years ago I had an opportunity to travel with the Oxford Soil and Crop people to Newfoundland, and we had an agricultural tour of Newfoundland, which entertained a taxi driver on the way in, no end. But there's some lessons to be learned from their policies. They are very concerned about sustainability. They've got a week's worth of groceries in their stores, and they need to have local production. So they've got a couple of policies that I think are very interesting, where the government will buy land from the farmer and rent it back to them at a very marginal rate to prevent it going into the hands of developers. And they further have a program that enables you to develop new land that is, again, would be Crown land, but it's a province that's doing it. And again, it's a very economical rate of rent to own it, to use it afterwards. They don't get to own it, but they get assistance in clearing it. So it's a very proactive program that would maybe be a guide for what this is being proposed. I therefore speak in favor of the motion, which is the wrong way of going about it. Sorry.
Thank you, Jim. And perhaps a reminder to everyone who chooses to speak. When you start, after you've stated your name and where you're from, please indicate whether you are speaking for or against the resolution. Anyone else? Microphone 1. I'm sorry. I apologize, but Eleanor, you look like the sun.
I know I'm glowing. Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. I could, maybe, vote in favor of this if it was the North and not just a blanket Crown land. With climate change and everything else, I really hate to see people cut down trees for the sake of it, because there's a lot of areas in this province that don't have more than 2% tree cover, if they even have that. So I would suggest that just a little wee amendment to Northern. I know it's coming from the North, but the resolution doesn't say Northern Ontario. And I would hate to be cutting trees down in the south here where we don't really need to be cutting them down.
So, Eleanor, was that a comment or was that an amendment?
Asking if the North would like to put that as an amendment.
Again, I would appreciate it if you would consult with them. And if in fact that's what you want to do, I would again suggest a tabling motion until such time as you have had the opportunity to talk with them. So are you proposing an amendment? I need clarification. So, okay. If Cochrane is okay with that, and I'd like that to be okayed at the mic, if I could, please.
Yes, we'll agree with that.
Okay,
Albert Helene.
thank you. I'll take that as a friendly amendment then. Could we have the wording changed on the screen? Is that possible?
Hey, Mark. Bill from Thunder Bay.
Oh, sorry.
It does say in there Northern Ontario several times, so I don't understand why it has to be changed.
It's not in the therefore be it resolved.
Oh, it's not in the therefore be it resolved. So it probably should be in there because the actual resolution is what remains forever.
If I may, mic number 2.
Go ahead.
Angela Field, Renfrew County. Anyone who has looked at a Crown Land atlas would take note that Crown Land actually stops from about Parry Sound across to across to Renfrew County. There isn't much in the way of Crown Land anywhere further south or west than that. So to say just Northern Ontario, you're also taking out Eastern Ontario, you're also taking out sort of Central Ontario. So I don't know that but Eastern Ontario has Crown Land, and there's a significant amount that could be put into, do you live in Renfrew County, ma'am? Do you live in Northern Ontario? I've lived in both. Absolutely, but so should Eastern and Central.
I'm sorry, but this is not the time for conversation. And so we have a friendly amendment that has been added, or the resolution has been changed to include the friendly amendment. And I'm going to read it again. Therefore be resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture advocate for and work with the government and other stakeholders to develop agricultural policies and processes for the timely release of Crown Land for agricultural purposes in Northern Ontario in a sustainable manner that is accessible to individual farmers. So now further comments on that motion. I don't see anyone, so I will call the question.
Mr. Chair, could I make just a slight suggestion that to try and move this along, that people that are next on the agenda get up and be ready to speak when you're reading the therefore be resolved? Because we're not going to get through all these resolutions if people keep deciding to come up after you've read it.
Thank you for the advice. It's good advice, so please do that. So this motion is passed. And I believe we will do one more, number 8. Therefore be resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to extend the eligibility to include farm employees in the Wellness Initiative program. May I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Greg Fenty, Elgin County.
Thank you.
Fons Vandenbroek, Elgin County.
Thank you. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yeah, so at PAC, they were talking about the Farmers Wellness Program, and it's a great success, and I'm happy to have it. At this point, it looks like farmers and farmer spouses, and farmer children, farmer parents, they're all eligible, but not farm employees. And a lot of our farm employees are like family, and I'd hate to see that they were underserved and in need. They go through the same stresses that we do. In my case, probably more because he has to deal with me. So I think this is a natural fit to support.
Thank you. Larry, are you going to make a comment?
It's been brought to my attention that the therefore be it resolved does not actually explicitly outline the Farmer Wellness Program, which obviously is the goal of this. So I'd like to include the Farmers Wellness Program in that therefore be it resolved.
Thank you for that, and I did notice that. That's why I had to reread the title beforehand. Thank you for that catch. If that could be changed, I think that's self-explanatory. If we can vote on it. Sorry, any other comments with regard to it? Microphone number 4.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment. Bruce Butter, I'm Director for Zone 12. I'm also the Chairman of the Farmer Wellness Advisory Committee. The farmer, I'm not opposed to the motion, but I know that they've said that there would be nobody that would be denied access to the program. Anybody, even if they're not farmers, they have stipulated that there will be somebody, there will be a counselor available to them. So I don't think anybody is to be excluded. They have assured us that if somebody phones in, that the counsel will be available to them. So I just make that comment.
Thank you, Bruce. Seeing no one else at the mics, call the question. And that motion has passed. So thank you very much. I believe our time has ended for now. And let's remember Terry Otto's suggestion that we be prepared at the next point when we have resolutions to make this process move along a little quicker in respect of all those people who have submitted resolutions and would like to have them debated on the floor. Thank you.
Good morning again. It is my pleasure to welcome to the stage our feature speaker, Jeff Adams. As a 3-time Paralympic champion and 6-time world champion in wheelchair racing, Jeff Adams is living proof that focus, determination, and spirit are the keys to achieving gold medal dreams. Combining his unique understanding of life's challenges with his experience as a world-class athlete, Jeff shares proven methods that help people meet their goals and achieve success, and he has faced monumental challenges admirably, competing in 6 consecutive Summer Paralympics from '88 to 2008, and winning a total of 3 gold, 4 silver, and 6 bronze medals. After retiring from competition, Jeff transitioned from sports to business, founding 2 medical device engineering companies, which he sold, and then returned to school to study law. He graduated from Osgoode Hall Law School in April 2020 and is currently working in that field. Jeff previously served as chair of the Accessibility Committee for Toronto 2008 Olympic Bid Committee, co-chair of the Ontarians with Disability Advisory Council, and the Equity Advisory Group at the Law Society of Ontario. He is a recent inductee in the Canada Sports Hall of Fame, and I really enjoyed the pre-meeting conversation with him the other day. I'm excited about Jeff coming to speak. Please welcome Jeff Adams.
So much. Thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here today. When I listen to my introduction, I can't help but think back to the 20 years I spent on the Canadian national team competing all over the world. And I can't help but think back to the number of times that I lined up in competitions all over the world and how proud I was to have a maple leaf on my chest and how badly I wanted to represent my teammates and my country and my training partners, my coaches, but most importantly, my values. And there were some magical, special days when everything went just right, and I got to make them play O Canada. It was the best job ever. But I can't help but think back, I did the 800 meters, it's 2 laps of the track, the 1500 meters, which is 3 3/4 laps of the track, and the 5000 meters, which is 12 1/2 laps of the track. I think back, and I can't help but think that I spent a significant amount of time in my life going around in circles as fast as I could. But these things that we do, whether it's sports or art or literature, these pastimes that we have, these things that we chase after, it can be very valuable. And it's amazing what we can learn from sport. So I'm going to tell you some stories about sport. I'm going to show you a few videos as well, because sport is what I love doing. It's what fills me with passion. I know that some of you, agree with that, and sport is something that fills you with passion. For some of you, that's not the case, and that's fine, because I know that every single one of us has something in our lives that does that for us, that makes our hearts beat. And so I hope that the stories I'm going to tell you, even though they're going to be about sports, will go beyond just sport and have some connection to things in your lives that mean so much to you, that fill you with passion, that make your hearts beat. So I'm going to tell you a few stories. I'm going to show you a few videos. The videos are mostly to prove that the stories aren't entirely fabricated. And the first story I'd like to show you is a very quick vignette, the story of my life told through my father's eyes. If we could cue that first video, please.
When you live on a farm, you don't raise your kids by coddling them. You teach them to stand up for themselves. But when your boy gets sick and loses the use of his legs, what's your philosophy then? Well, I'll tell you when I first knew. When my boy said, "Dad, cut off these brakes. I want to go faster." Just never realized he went faster than everyone else in the world.
At McDonald's, we share the belief that anything's possible when you have a dream.
So I hope nobody's craving French fries too badly after that. And I hope someday it takes longer than 60 seconds to tell the story of my life, but until that day comes, they did a pretty good job. Can we turn my mic down? Thank you. And they did a good job, and it's a true story. I grew up on a farm. I grew up sweeping barns and baling hay and doing the work that you do when you grow up on a farm, even as a kid. And for those of you, everyone in this room will know this to be a fact, that farm kids develop this one skill. And I was like a level 11 expert, right? And that skill, no matter where you grew up on a farm, anywhere in the world, I bet, farm kids develop this skill of coming up with the most creative excuses to get out of doing work, right? And for me, the excuse was always that I had to practice after school. I joined another team. I had to go do a sport with my friends. And my dad was a sport fanatic, and he usually bought it and would let me go and chase after these dreams that I have to pursue these sports that I loved so much. And I was that kid, right? If I was playing sports, I was happy. Whether it was baseball or soccer or tennis or basketball. But there was one sport in particular, and as cliche as it is, farm kid growing up in Canada, if I had a hockey stick in my hand, I was the happiest. And I'll never forget how real that dream was. Even as a young kid, about dreaming about scoring the goal to win the cup. And having these goals, these dreams, these things that we chase after, they set us on a path. They make a difference in our lives. On top of all of the sports that I was doing just for fun, sorry, there's a hum up here. Could we turn these mics off? Is that possible? Yeah, it's just, okay. On top of all of the sports that I was doing for fun, I'd been identified as a high-level gymnast, and I was training with a group in Brampton, where many of the kids went on to great success at the Olympics. And so I really felt like I was on this path. I identified as an athlete. It was important to me. It was part of my self-identity. But our lives can take detours. Sometimes they're significant detours, very unwelcome ones. And I had a detour like that happened to me when I was 9 years old, and you saw that in the video. I had overcome a childhood cancer. When I was diagnosed, it was in the 70s. They did experimental surgery, experimental radiation therapy, experimental chemotherapy, which all saved my life. But what we didn't know at the time was that the radiation therapy, as helpful as it was, had also burned my spine. And so I walked away from the cancer treatment as an infant, went on to this life filled with sport, and 8 years later was tackled while playing on the playground. One of those little burns burst and caused a spinal cord injury. So I went back in the hospital, spent about a year there going through the diagnostic process, and it came out having to use a wheelchair for everything that I did, and everything changed. We had spent so much time focusing on the diagnostic process, and when we realized what was happening, teaching me how to use a wheelchair, that we had forgotten about a few nuts and bolts things. And so you saw that in the video. The first time that I went back home after spending almost a year in the rehab center, we had forgotten about the 3 steps to get into my family home. And the first time I went home after the rehab center, I had to be helped back into my own home. And man, it just washed over me. Everything was going to be significantly different. I was lucky. My dad was a farmer and a welder and a fabricator. He built things. And with the simplest of technology, a ramp that he built and put on the front of my house, he gave me the ability to come and go again. And in doing that, he gave me the autonomy to go back and to do the things I love to do, hanging out with my friends, going back to school, but most of all, chasing after these sports that I love so much and that meant so much to me. And I'll never forget, finally leaving my house again, finally had a hockey stick in my hand again. I was going to go play street hockey with my friends after school. And left the house and, got out there, and I was trying to stick handle as best I could, and, wanted so badly to dream about scoring the goal to win the cup, and stick handling with one hand and pushing a wheelchair with the other didn't work as well as I hoped. I didn't score very many goals. Full transparency, I didn't score any. And of all the moments, that was one of the ones where it was just, it really, really hit me hard. That not only was getting around going to be different, getting in and out of my house was going to be different, the way kids at school looked at me was going to be different, but even these sports that I loved, were going to be maybe not possible. Again, I was really lucky. I had friends who cared about me. I had brothers who loved me. And we had a little town hall meeting right there in the street and decided that we wanted to keep playing hockey because we all loved it so much. We just needed to figure out a way to do it that made it fair, that made it possible for me to play. And so what we decided was we would take the net, stick it in the middle of the street, and one of my brothers ran home, got a milk carton, put it in the middle of the net, and I got out of my chair and sat on the milk carton to play goalie. That way I wouldn't have to maneuver my chair, I could focus on the game. And it worked. Right? I started to stop a goal every once in a while. I got better and better at it. And I started to dream again. I started to dream about being, to stop the goal to win the cup. Slightly different dream. But in many ways, it got me back to the same path. It got me close to the same path that I wanted to be on again, because I was dreaming about something. We used to get some pretty funny looks, I'll tell you. With one kid would yell "car" and drag the net out of the way. Another kid would drag me out of the way. But we were playing hockey, and then that was what was important. And so I went and changed all the games I could. I remember going back to change tennis. I used to play with my little brother Kevin all the time. We loved playing tennis. And when I went back to play in a wheelchair for the first time, he was destroying me. And so again, we, tried to figure out how to change the rules, and we negotiated and argued as brothers often do. And finally decided that I would get 2 bounces, he would get 1. And it worked again. It leveled the playing field. It made it fair. It allowed us to compete against each other. I remember arguing and trying to negotiate for 3 bounces to his 1. I lost the argument. He's also a lawyer. I don't know what that says about our relative talent, but I've lost a lot of arguments to him. My point is that as great as it was to be getting back to doing these things I love, these sports that filled me with passion, I always felt like I stuck out a little bit. I felt like I was always arguing and negotiating, trying to fit in. And it just didn't feel quite like I was on the path I wanted to be on. Many times our lives take detours. Like I said, sometimes they're unwelcome and unexpected. Other times they can be the best things that ever happened to us. I had another experience about 4 years after I came home from the rehab center. I got a call one afternoon. A friend of mine was going to go to a place called Variety Village. And some of you may know it. For those of you who don't, Variety Village is a training center in the east end of Toronto. And it was designed, the genesis of it was to be a place where people with disabilities could go and could go through rehab, recover from accidents, or train for the Paralympics and everything in between. And so when they designed it, they designed the building to be as barrier-free as possible. There are no stairs, there are tactile floors, there's good lighting, everything they could do to make the building as physically barrier-free as possible, they did. But I think they got it just right. I think they hit the nail on the head when they decided that Variety Village shouldn't just be for people with disabilities, but the doors should be open to the community. Because that's what accessibility is about, right? It's about creating places and programs and opportunities where the doors are open to as many people as possible. And so by the time I got there, that's what it was. It was full of families and Paralympians and Olympians and people training for different things. It was an amazing place. And the first thing I saw when I got through the doors was a game of basketball. And it was one of the games I hadn't been able to figure out how to change to make it fair, because jumping is so integral and you can't keep people from jumping. It's just too much a part of the game. So I was never able to figure out a way to get back to playing basketball. And it was a game that I really loved playing. But when I went to Variety Village, I saw this game being played, and it was being played by 10 people who were all using wheelchairs. And it was the first time I saw a sport that had been designed for people with disabilities. And it was as if a light went on. I went up to the coach. I asked him if I could, join the practice. Next, Wesley put me in, and I think 10 or 15 minutes went by before it really washed over me that, I hadn't had to argue or negotiate or fit in. I was just one of the players playing the game. And if that light had gone on, it got 1,000 times brighter. I felt like I fit in again. And it's one of the best feelings, I think, in the world, is finding a place where you're comfortable and you fit in. And so I went up to the coach and thanked him after the game and asked him whether I could bring one of my brothers and one of my friends down to watch me play wheelchair basketball the next weekend. To my surprise, he said no. He said, we've got a bunch of extra wheelchairs here. If you bring your brothers and friends down, they get to jump in the chairs and play with you. And I hadn't even thought of that, but I immediately saw the advantage because I knew this worked, and they didn't. So I thought, good idea, coach, let's do that. Brought one of my friends, one of my brothers down the next week, and they jumped in the chairs, they played with me, and this amazing thing happened because for the first time since I'd come home from the rehab center, they had to change something about the game and the way they play the game to participate with me. And when they did that, they took a step and made an effort. And it was to understand this thing that made me feel so different But what happened was they not only understood this thing that made me feel so different, they understood me a bit better. They understood themselves a little bit better. And we all grew because of that experience. When we make that step, when we make an effort to understand the people around us, it doesn't just help them, it helps everyone. We all grow. It's how communities grow. And it's part of the reason that you're here over yesterday and today is to learn about each other, to get to know each other, to grow. Please take every opportunity you can, make every effort you can to do that, not just here, but as you go back to your home communities. These messages that I have, about learning about each other and growing and fitting in, they're very, very important messages. And they're important to me, and it's important to keep them strong and clear and consistent every day. Some days it's easier than others, but it's more important, I think, it's important every single day, but more important often on the days when things are really tough, and we've all had those days. I'd like to show you another quick video right now of a good day that I had, and the message I tried to bring at the end of a good day, and a tough day that I had, and the message I tried to bring at the end of a tough day. They're both races, so please watch the wheelchair racing because it's the coolest sport in the world. But listen to the messages that I try to bring at the end of a tough day and at the end of a very good day.
Jeff Adams is dropping back. 100 meters to go now. And it's a victory for the man from Mexico, Saul Mendoza, who wheels his way to the 1500 wheelchair gold medal in a time of 3:06.75. Jeff Adams was up with the leaders for a good portion of the race. Jeff Adams struggled a little going down the back straight and didn't have enough drive left at the finish line to stay with those who were going past him.
I didn't come here to finish fifth, so I'm disappointed in that. But the redeeming fact is that I've been doing a lot of great stuff in the last 2 years. I'm working with the Toronto 2008 bid committee. We're doing great things with them. I was a part of the final, and as a legacy to this, I can bring this into kids everywhere across Canada, talk to them about the Olympic ideal, teach them about being surrounded by excellence, which is what we did today, and give them a taste of that excellence and make them want to chase it also. And if we can do that, we can make all the kids better and make them champions too.
This is going to be a closely bunched field as they move up to the bell. These men have all competed against each other in previous competitions. And 30-year-old Jeff Adams from Brampton, Ontario certainly has some work to do as Mendoza leads the way coming up to the bell. And Michael with a time of 51.66. This is a very fast race, but now Jeff Adams has to try and find some racing room.
He does. He has to bring up himself from the rear. 51 seconds is a very good split for all of these athletes looking to come in sub 140. It's going to be a very tight race come to the last 100 meters.
Mendoza continuing to lead. Adams is attempting to go wide to the outside, but he has some ground to make up, but those powerful arms are pushing him past the other competitors. He is going to the outside. He is gaining ground on Mendoza. As they wheel down the straight, it is Adams on the outside going to the lead, and Jeff Adams is going to wheel his way to victory in this men's 800-meter wheelchair race. A personal record for Jeff Adams with a clocking of 1:38.22. What a tremendous effort over the final 100 meters for the gold medalist, Jeff Adams.
Jeff timed that race perfectly, had to swing out as far as lane 3 in the last 150 meters, but he had enough power left to come through for the gold medal.
The best thing about winning a medal in games like this is that being at these games, you're surrounded by excellence. And to be able to bring that medal home and let kids in Canada touch it and talk to them about, reaching for their own dreams and chasing after them and give them a taste of that excellence. I mean, once they taste it, they can't help but want to chase it themselves, whether it's in school or in sports or just in life. So to be able to bring this excellence home is what is the best part about tonight.
Thank you. Now, I promise you gotta believe me that it was a lot easier to talk about being surrounded by excellence the day I won. But I think it was more important to talk about it the day that I didn't. These messages that we have, whether they're personal messages or our business plans and everything in between, it's important to keep them as strong and clear and consistent as we can on the good days and the bad days. It's sometimes tough to keep them strong and clear and consistent. And being an Olympic or a Paralympic athlete doesn't magically make it better or easier. On the tough days, for me, it's always made easier by reminding myself that I'm surrounded by excellence and doing everything I can, taking every step I can, making every effort I can to be a part of it. And I would encourage you to remember that you're currently surrounded by excellence. And a big part of the reason that you're here is to be a part of it and to increase it. Put every effort you can into making the excellence that you're surrounded by, add to it and make it better. I'll never forget the exact moment when I realized just how surrounded by excellence I am. It was at my first Olympics. It was in Barcelona. And I was underneath the Olympic Stadium when this noise happened. And it's the noise that happens at the Olympics, in the middle of the Olympics, at the Olympic Stadium, and a noise that scared me so badly, I can hardly even express it. Let me explain to you what I was doing underneath the Olympic Stadium. When you compete at the Olympics, you have to warm up for your event, but the Olympic Stadium is reserved for competition. It's a busy schedule. They just don't have time to let everybody warm up on the stadium track. And so you warm up at the warm-up track, which is usually about half a mile or so away from the Olympic Stadium. And what they do is they build these tracks to be identical. Like they're pointed in the same direction, so the sun's hitting them the same way. They even measure how hard the track is so that when you're landing on it, when you're running, or the resistance you feel in your wheelchair is the same. They're identical except that the warm-up track isn't surrounded by 100,000 screaming, rabid, bloodthirsty fans. And to get to the warm-up track, they pick you up at the Olympic Village where you're staying, and they drive you there in shuttle buses. And on the way to the Olympic Stadium and the warm-up track, you can hear it. Like from miles away, you can hear the noise of the stadium. It's amazing. Now, I was a very superstitious athlete, like extremely superstitious. And so, I'd been to a number of major events before, but I'd never been to the Olympics. So I'd never heard that noise. And it took me out of my routine. My ritual, my preparation ritual that was so important to me. Because like I said, even on the way there, you can hear this noise, and I'd never heard it before, so I wasn't ready for it. I remember when we got to the warm-up track, I tried to do everything I did. I tried to get into my ritual, so I unpacked my gear bag and heard that noise and tried to ignore it, and got in my chair, put my suit on, pumped my tires up, left tire first, right tire second. That's how superstitious I was. And then tried to get into my habits, my routine, my ritual. I just couldn't do it. I kept hearing that noise. I did my accelerations, I heard that noise. I did my stretching, heard that noise. It just wouldn't go away. They finally take you from the warm-up track over to the main stadium, but they still don't take you out onto the main stadium track. They take you underneath the stadium, and underneath every Olympic stadium is another warm-up track. And so you're 30, 45 minutes before your event, you're down there, it's concrete walls, the sound's bouncing off them. There's 9 other athletes there who are all looking at you, and everyone's got their erase faces on. Everyone looks like they're trying to murder you. And I don't know about them, but my race face was entire posturing because I was scared to death. Because that noise just wouldn't go away. And it reminded me of everything I had done to get to that moment. Like it was scaring me because it was reminding me of the Friday nights I didn't go out, the times I ate food that was good for me so it would taste good, when I trained twice in one day when I didn't think I had the energy to train once, all the things that athletes do to get ready for these major events like the Olympics. And that noise just brought all that crashing back to me. The thing about the Olympics is that you don't have very much time to think about stuff. So I'm down there, the noise is bouncing off the walls. It's the kind of noise that you don't just hear. It's the kind of noise that you feel. And like I said, it was scaring me to death. And I don't know exactly what changed for me, what triggered this, but there was a moment when I realized that, 30 feet above my head, I couldn't see what was happening, but I knew that this moment was happening. Someone had fallen down and gotten back up, or won a race they should have lost, or lost a race they should have won. I didn't know what was happening, but I recognized and realized that this moment of excellence was happening, that was making a stadium full of people, a world full of people, open their mouths and scream in celebration at the same time, and I was about to be a part of it. And reframing it that way, looking at it from a little bit of a different perspective, understanding it in a different way, made an entire difference because it changed what I thought was a noise and that I was very, very afraid of, that was terrifying me, to a sound of celebration that I was about to be a part of. And I remember them taking us out onto the main stadium track, finally took us out. They take you up this big ramp out into the bright sunshine of Barcelona. It's 100,000 people, they're screaming. And I'm realizing that I'm surrounded by excellence. I'm surrounded by celebration. They lined us up, they shot the gun. The first couple laps, I'll be honest, I don't remember very much about them. They were a bit of a blur, but I remember them as if it was yesterday, ringing the bell. They ring the bell to let you know it's the last lap. They rang the bell. I looked up in the Jumbotron so I didn't have to turn around to see where everyone else was and to figure out what I was going to do in the last lap. So I looked up, I saw myself 40 feet tall on a breakaway with 2 other racers at the Olympics. Now, they give 3 medals away, right? So I did some quick math. Two guys, 1 lap, 3 medals. I knew it was going to be a good day. I was feeling great. I remember going to the last 300 meters, and you saw in that video, we just ball our hands up. We wear gloves, but we just punch our wheels as hard as we can to get every last ounce of speed out of them. And I remember punching my wheels the first time, hitting them the second time, third stroke, 300 meters to go, and I felt my right wheel break, and I saw pieces of it fall off onto the track and roll away. And man, I wanted to quit so bad I could taste it. And why me? Why now? Why 300 meters before the finish line? Why at the Olympics? Why after everything that I put into getting to this moment and all the Friday nights, the times I trained twice? Why me? And I made a decision. Like I said, you don't have a long time to decide, to make these decisions, but I made a decision. I decided to finish. I finished last. I finished limping across the finish line. I finished very far from happy. But in finishing, I lived a moment of excellence that had nothing to do with the Olympics or the other races or the medals. It had to do with keeping a personal message consistent. I work hard, and I finish where I start. Very simple message, but I think one that has helped me to achieve everything I've done in life. These messages that we have don't have to be complicated to make them valuable. And sometimes the simplest messages that we have, the most fundamental of our beliefs, are the ones that are the most difficult to keep strong and clear and consistent on the tough days. For me, one of the ways, I'd like to share a couple stories with you now, just when I have a tough day, what I try to do to try to find the courage that it takes sometimes. Because that's really what it boils down to on the tough days, is finding the courage to stand up to the barrier that's in our life, whether it's in school or sports or life. Finding that courage is often the most difficult thing to do. So I'd like to share a couple stories with you about what I do to find that courage. Like I said, you saw in the video, I got to travel to Australia and hear that sound of celebration. I spent my career traveling the world and hearing that sound of celebration. I got to go to Australia and hear that sound of the Olympic and Paralympic crowd, and the sound of celebration reminded me of being Star of Excellence. And they were cheering. They were cheering mostly for the Australians, but they were cheering. And I got to go to Germany, and they were cheering, and they're cheering for the Germans. But you get the point. We were traveling, and I was listening to the sound, but we didn't get to hear them cheering for the Canadians very often because we didn't race at home very often. So when we did, it was a big deal. It was a special event. And the year after Sydney, which was probably the best year of my career, they were holding the IAAF, the International Athletic Association Federation, Track and Field Championships, which is the second biggest track and field event in the world. They were holding them in Edmonton, and they were having the 1,500-meter wheelchair event on the schedules. They don't hold every event usually at the World Championships. So it was my event. It was a home country World Championships. It was the year after my best year, and I was so excited because they were going to be cheering for the Canadians. And so I went to my coach and I told him, I want to win in Edmonton, but I don't want to just win the way that we've been doing it. I want to win in a special way. And so when you compete in any event where you go from A to B and try to do it in the fastest, winning from the front is a special way to win. What I did for most of my career is what you saw in that video. I'd hang it at the back of the pack, watch what was happening, see where everyone was, and try and time my sprint. So I was essentially trying to turn every event, whether it was 800, 1,500, or 5,000, into a 400-meter sprint to the finish. It was the safest way for me to win. It catered to my strengths as an athlete, but it wasn't a special way to win. So I told my coach, going into Edmonton, I want to win from the front. I want to win in a special way. And so we changed everything. We changed the way I trained entirely to set me up to try to win from the front. We did more miles than I'd ever done. I was fitter than I'd ever been. I went to the weight room more often, so I was stronger than I'd ever been. And we upped the level of intensity significantly, so I was faster than I'd ever been. So I came out in the spring, fitter, faster, stronger, doing things in training I didn't think were possible, but most importantly, riding this wave of confidence that at that level makes the most difference. Most of the athletes at that level are in a thin band. Everyone is equally fit, equally fast, equally strong. It's the athlete that goes in with the most confidence that sets themselves up for success. And so I was riding this wave of confidence. 3 weeks before the event, in my last very difficult training session before I was going to reduce the volume and try and peak for the event, I fractured a small bone in my wrist called a scaphoid. It's a pain in the butt little bone. I don't think it does anything to this day, but when you break it, it feels like broken glass. So I went to my doctor, I got her advice. I went to my physio, I got his advice. I ignored both of them. I taped my wrist up and I tried to keep training, but I couldn't train at the level I needed to try and win from the front. And so I came up with, I adjusted, and I came up with plan B and C and D. I think the best alternative plan I came up with was that I was going to go to the front, try and slow everything down. The slower the race, the less painful it would be. Hit anyone who got anywhere near me. And try and sprint for the finish. It was the best I had. I've never seen a plan go out the window as fast as that one did. Because word had gotten out that I was injured. I was still going in favorite because I had won the year before at the Paralympics, and I had been doing times in the lead up to the event that were the third and fourth best times in the world that year. So everyone knew that I was in shape, and they heard I got injured, and they knew that by going fast it was going to make it really tough for me. So the gun went off, and the South African guy got up and opened in world record pace, and then it was attack after attack after attack. And with 300 meters to go, 200 meters to go, right at the top of the turn, I was in every shade of pain you can imagine. I wasn't fit enough to go that fast. I wasn't strong enough to respond to the attacks. I just wasn't in the shape I needed to be in to be in that kind of a race. And as ashamed as I am to admit it to this day, I'd given up. I wasn't expecting anything special to happen that day. And I told you about the sound of the crowd and how it reminded me of being surrounded by excellence, and it was a sound of celebration. But it took on a different dimension that day, because right at that moment, right when I had given up, right with 200 meters to go, I heard someone in the crowd cheer my name. And it didn't make me fitter or faster or stronger, it didn't push me to the finish line. But I think it did something better, because it reminded me of all the people who had helped me to get to that moment, my coaches and my training partners and my teammates and my friends and my family, my country. And it reminded me of what I had put into getting to that moment. And it gave me the courage. Didn't make me fitter, faster, stronger, but it gave me the courage to dig a little bit deeper and try a little bit harder on a day when I didn't think I had the energy. I dug as deep as I could. I tried as hard as I could. I still came up a little bit short. Finished in second place, silver medal. I was 7/100ths of a second behind the guy who won, and 3/100ths of a second ahead of the guy who finished in bronze. The last person in the race was less than a second behind the guy who won. It was the closest finish I've ever been in a race, and it was the most pain I've ever gone through in my life. I don't usually like silver medals. It's not my favorite color, but I think it's the best medal I ever won, because every time I think about that medal, every time I remember that race, it reminds me that none of us get to our finish lines alone. We all have people in our lives that will make that sound of support for us on the days when we need to find that courage, when we need to dig a little bit deeper, when we need to try a little bit harder, on days when we don't think we have the energy to do that. You've got friends and families and communities. You've got people in this room who will make that sound of support for you when you need to find that courage. And we all do. So please, listen for that sound on the days when you need to find that courage, when you need to dig a little bit deeper, when you've got a barrier that you need to face up to. But most of all, make that sound. Make that sound of support to the people in your lives that you care about. That same summer, I had the opportunity to do that. I was invited to a kids camp, a track and field camp. It was a friend of mine on the national team who was putting it on in her hometown for kids. So all the little track and field maniacs who showed up. And one of them was a little guy who was using a wheelchair, and he wasn't fitting in very well. He didn't have a racing chair. He couldn't keep up. This wasn't fitting in. So she asked me to come down and talk to the kids and see if we couldn't help to integrate this little guy a little bit better, help him fit in. And so I showed up to her camp, and I brought my racing chair. It was in the weeks just after Edmonton, so I had my wrist in a cast. But I brought the chair anyway just to have something to talk to the kids about. And I remember this little guy must have come up to me 2 or 3 times and asked me if he could race against me. And if there's no prize money, I don't race. So I'm just kidding. But I gave the kids some story, would it be, I can't race, I got my wrist in a cast. Would it be good enough if I lent you my racing chair and you could go race the other kids? And the kid bought it. So I remember picking him up and putting him in my racing chair. And he took one push and he made this sound. And it was the sound that kids make when they're having fun, but it was also the sound that people make when they get access to something that could change their lives. And I want to pause here to I'm not telling you anything you don't know, but I want to remind you that that's what you do every day, right? You provide people with what they need to live. And it's a fundamentally important job. It's a fundamentally important job, and it's something that we need to remind ourselves of every day. We need to remind ourselves of the good work that we do. The reason I'm telling you these two stories back to back is because not all of the moments in our lives that are worth celebrating, that are worth remembering, need to happen in front of a stadium full of people to make them valuable. They happen every day when we recognize them and acknowledge them and celebrate them. And so if I ever had to choose between hearing one of those two sounds ever again, the sound of the crowd in Edmonton or the sound that kid made, wouldn't take me a heartbeat to decide which one. You know, these moments in our lives that happen every day, that happen between one or two people, that happen in the work we do, they're worth celebrating, and we have to celebrate them because it makes our work more valuable. It recognizes, or at least it recognizes the value of the work that we do. And as farmers, that work is of essential, critical value. I'd like to end just by showing you another quick video. I think we're going to have time for questions, but I'd like to show you one last video. It's a video of people who truly believe in chasing after and catching every single dream they have. Thank you very much for spending time with me today. Please do everything you can. Take every step you can. Make every effort possible to be a part of the excellence that you're surrounded by. Listen for the sound of support in your lives on the days when you need to hear it. And please, please make that sound as much as you can, as loud as you can, to the people in your lives that you care about. Thank you for surrounding me with your excellence today. Are we going to do Q? Yeah. Okay.
So we have about 10 minutes for questions.
Okay.
I think your mic is picking me up. You're welcome to call people. They'll go to the mic, I believe. And we've got the first one, Sarah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Good. Hi, Jeff. Thanks for that last video. As an athlete at that age, watching those Olympics reruns was pretty incredible because that year Ian Thorpe kind of cleaned house in the pool. So as farmers, we are constantly pushing for more from our businesses. Goals in sport are very common with SMART goals and are talked about by many, but as farmers, they're not always as present. How would you encourage our farmers and farm members to push for their goals when that sound of excellence is their competition in the field?
That's a great question. I can tell you a quick story, though, if you're into swimming. Who is the albatross? Remember from Barcelona? Remember that guy? He was was it Biondi? Anyway, there was a swimmer in Barcelona who was so tall that when he was doing the butterfly, he would hit the other people. And I remember lining up behind him in the cafeteria, and I came up like well under his butt. And it was just like this moment where I was like, am I even in the same species as this guy? Anyway, swimming story. So the idea of competition, I think it's helped when we look at sport, because competition is seen as one of the best things that you can have. You're not going to improve without competition. You still want to beat them, but it's seen, and I think in the cleanest way, because sometimes life isn't as black and white as sport, but without competition, we don't get better, right? And so the important thing for an athlete, and I think this translates into everything I've done, including the business of farming, I would suggest, is to build our network of support, right? Like you get, as an athlete, I had training partners and coaches and all these people who helped me be the best athlete I could be and to compete against my competitors and get better. In business, I had accountants and engineers and the warehouse manager and people like that who would help me to build my business. And in law, I've got law clerks and colleagues and juniors, and so you build these networks to help you to improve, and then you train. You train to get better every single day, and that's what I was saying. These moments that make us into the people we want to be happen every day. And so we have to stop and recognize what we're doing, do it consciously, practice, but most of all, do whatever you can to build that support network as much as you can. Whatever business you're in, you can't do it alone, right? Like someone said, the employees are like family. That's perfect. And so you build the support network with the employees, with all of the people who contribute to making your farm a success. Sorry. Oh, yep.
We'll go to the bright light.
Yeah.
We'll go to the bright light in the corner.
What's that? Okay.
That would be you.
Yeah, Jeff, before your accident, you said the thing that made you most excited was having a hockey stick in your hand. Did you ever consider sledge hockey or even try it?
I did. I considered sledge hockey. I quickly realized how bad a decision that was. Those guys are big and mean, right? And I was in Salt Lake City, actually, working for CBC. It was my first chance to try it. So I got in a sledge and I got out there, and I'm, you're like a deer on ice. I was falling over, and I wasn't good at it. I didn't know what I was doing. And I don't know any who've watched Canadian sledge hockey. Billy Bridges is captain. He was one of the best players. And he's big and mean. And he was shooting pucks at me. And I've known him since he was 10 or 12 years old. So he's getting back at me, right? And just firing these pucks at me. And then these guys would come over, and they weren't even checking me. They were just nudging me. And it was just, it was a disaster. So that was, and it wasn't around when I started playing sports, when I started racing and competing. So it wasn't something that I went after, but I don't think I would have been very good at it anyway. Not big enough or mean enough.
You've been to a number of places throughout the world, competed in a number of places. So just from a purely, you might say, tourist point of view and athletic point of view, which were some of the best one, or your favorite, not necessarily the best, but the one you liked the most, and what was one that perhaps left a lot to be desired?
Oh, that's a good question. It's hard for me to divide out the the athletic performance from the venue and to be just a tourist, because we rarely did that. But my favorite place was, from an athlete point of view, was Sydney. It was my best games, so there's a bias there. But it was one of the only places where the crowd was really cheering for everyone. Like they have this sports mentality in Australia that's unlike any other that I've seen. Because you go to most places and they're cheering for the hometown athletes. Like I made a joke with that earlier, but it's true, right? Like you're up against the hometown crowd. But in Australia, even though they were cheering for the Australians, they seemed genuinely happy just with the performance. And so they would cheer for the Australians and then celebrate whoever it was who won in a way that it just stands out to me. My least favorite places were places where we would go and get sick. So I remember going to Morocco in the late 80s, and it was a disaster. Everyone on the team got sick. Everyone had some kind of food thing or virus, and it ended a couple of careers. There were a couple of athletes who just never won again. From a social point of view, I think China was the most interesting, because when they won the Olympic bid 8 years before Beijing, the official state policy, there were no Paralympic athletes, and the official state policy was there were no disabled people in China. So like completely erased the identities of anyone who had a disability. And then they won the Olympics, and the rules are that if you win the Olympics, you must host the Paralympics. There's a reciprocity agreement. And so they, in true Chinese fashion, they won the Paralympics, and they're like, well, I guess we got to win, right? And so they went out and like found all these people with disabilities and recruited them to the Paralympic team, trained them for 8 years, and then I think they were third in the medal standings. Like they were just, it was a phenomenal program. But it was this amazing shift in the social dynamic where people with disabilities were being recognized in China for the first time. And it's the goal of the Paralympics, one of the goals of the Paralympics. But it was the most amazing demonstration of that I've ever seen. And it's remained. They continue to have Paralympic athletes, and I think it had a lasting and enduring effect on the social fabric of China.
Go one more in the corner.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us, Jeff. Just curious, how do you get your competitive fix now?
I've done everything in my life just to chase that. When I started my business, you all operate businesses, it's not easy, and there's a thrill when, you're successful, and there's this agony of defeat, and it's a very similar feeling. And I think law is the next step in that for me, especially as an advocate. I always try to promote accessibility and human rights and rights of athletes and rights of people with disabilities, and all of that's very important to me. But you get to a certain point where you hit a bit of a glass ceiling if you don't have the law. And so the common thread with everything I've done as an athlete, I try to use the platform and the voice you get for whatever reason as an athlete to promote healthy living and the social issues that were important to me. In business, we designed medical devices, including wheelchairs, to try to help people with disabilities. And now in law, I'm defending my clients' rights whenever I have to and advancing them whenever I can. And I've actually got a couple of clients that are farms. So it was really interesting to hear the resolutions and the issues because they're live ones, and they're ones that go across industries too. The idea of, do we host hybrid meetings? Do we host online meetings? Everyone's dealing with that. But it was really interesting to hear some of the issues that I deal with my clients as well. And so the reason that I do everything is because, where I'm going with this is that the resolutions are real issues. They're everyday issues. They're issues that affect people. And so everything I've done, whether it's sports or business or law, has been about trying to affect change as much as I can, and trying to deal with people in their real lives. And so, like I said, it was very interesting to hear, maybe surprising to some, but it was interesting to hear the resolutions this morning.
I know in the back they've been trying really hard.
Okay.
I can see them working over there on the mics, but
Oh, yeah, thanks.
yeah. I really do, personally, it's been a great inspiration. Thank you for being here today, for sharing your stories, and yeah, we wish you the best in your law practice.
Thank you. Thank you, and best of luck with all your dreams. Thank you. Thanks.
Jeff.
Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So we've come up to a break. If you bid on silent auction items, please do find them in the main hall. Cash out as necessary there. Checkout time is around the corner if you haven't done that yet. And we have more resolutions to get through, so hurry back when you're called. Thank you, everyone.
Which one, Jay?
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing, testing, 1, 2. Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, this is a test. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 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 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Test, test. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
Oh, are you out of luck? I think I'm mine.
SOL.
Mine.
Oh. You can take your seats. We're going to get started again.
Yes. When do you want to bring up the one that we tabled? You want to start with that one? So, start with that one? I think that's a good idea. Although not if you're the resolutions at the end of the alphabet.
It'd be nice if we had some way to talk to you when you're ready. I think we used to, Neil used to sit with the headset. You guys We're going to start with that one. Yeah. Can't hear me? You can hear me there. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We're going to get going again. We've got quite a few resolutions still to get through. A couple of quick reminders. when I spoke yesterday and laid out the rules, I did talk about friendly amendments. We'd like you to go to the county if you have a proposed friendly amendment. Talk to that county and get the wording changed ahead of time if possible. Get it back to the folks in the back so they can bring it up on the screen and we can make this go as seamlessly as possible. Otherwise, we will accept amendments, but not friendly amendments at the time of the floor. So, at the time that the resolution is on the floor. So, any amendments will need to be brought to the mic, moved and seconded to be considered and voted on by the membership. We are going to jump back to the tabled motion, and I will need a mover and seconder to bring that off the floor. Just before that, sometimes labeling can trick people up. We have a scheduled spot here for grassroots input, and that is now going to be resolutions. So we're going to walk our way through that again. We're going to go back to resolution number 4, I believe it is, on Algoma and healthcare workers. Is there a mover to bring that off the floor?
Donna Lunn, Elgin County, I so move.
Donna Lunn, mic number 3, and
Ron Barnett, Algoma.
Ron, thank you. Do you wish to speak to it any more with the changes that you've made?
That's not the changes.
Peter, do you have the amended version? There we go. Therefore be it resolved that Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with other provincial healthcare stakeholders to lobby the Ontario government to act more quickly and decisively in filling staffing gaps within the provincial healthcare system and support legislation, tools, and activities to improve access to healthcare. So we have a mover and a seconder. I believe that's all in place. Are you wishing to speak to it?
All said.
It's all been said? Okay. Ron?
I think Ron Barnett, Algoma, I think we've had a discussion on it earlier. Thanks, Donna, for helping clean up the language on it. I think we support it going forward.
Thank you. Anybody else on this resolution?
Brian Cruz from Northumberland County. I'd just like to speak against this resolution. It just, without diminishing the importance of healthcare to rural Ontario, I think it's a little out of the wheelhouse for an agricultural organization to involve themselves in healthcare lobbying. And the other thing to consider is, you know, perhaps the provincial government has a different agenda, a different direction that they're going with healthcare that none of us really know one way or another, but if we aligned ourselves with healthcare lobby groups, that could work to our disadvantage when we start to lobby for, you know, our primary objective, which of course is agriculture. So I do not support this resolution.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak to it? Question. You have a question? Call the question. All right. We'll bring up the voting screen. And please vote. The resolution is carried. Okay, resolution number 9. Implement an agriculture systems approach and conduct agriculture impact assessments for all non-agriculture land use acquisitions in Ontario. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the provincial government to ensure that an agricultural system approach be implemented and an agricultural impact assessment be conducted for all the agricultural land acquisitions for the purpose of conversion to non-agricultural land use in Ontario. Is there a mover?
Donna Lunn, Elgin County.
Thank you. Seconder?
Mark Wales, Elgin County.
Thank you. You wish to speak to it?
Yes, as probably most of the federations have been facing, especially this past year or two, the Elgin has been faced with increasing severances, large severances, land swaps. There is one land swap that has been that is now on a sensitive land right next to a successful fruit farm that is growing peaches, and that farm is now going to become the largest town in the township, and it was all through a land swap. St. Thomas just covertly got money and bought 800 acres of Class A farmland, and nothing was allowed to come to the public first. We are facing unprecedented loss of farmland. And with the homegrown campaign that we have heard that's been so successful, we heard that John Vantoff yesterday talking about what is needed. He mentioned the agricultural impact assessments, and if anyone has been to the great workshops by Emily Sousa, the OFA analyst, that she is also very much in favor of this. But when we are arguing in Elgin to protect some of the agricultural systems approaches, we can't use the agricultural systems approach or the agricultural impact assessment because it's only in the PPS for the 4 provincial acts that are in the Greater Toronto Horseshoe and not for the entire province of Ontario. So we feel that it should be for the entire province of Ontario because we need these tools in order to go to the municipal councils and to include them in our OPs.
Thanks, Donna. Anyone else wish to speak to it? Microphone number 2.
John Rogers, Bruce County, and I'm speaking in support of this motion, and I'm providing some grassroots, making a grassroots comment at the same time. I hope that's okay.
Please.
So in the municipality that I am from, we have actually lost a lot of agricultural land, but of course it's, I'm from the Bruce Peninsula, so it's not to runaway urbanization. We're losing it to conservation land, and when it gets converted from agricultural to conservation land, it has implications for the tax base. It also has implications for the use of and availability of the resource for people to use. It can also have implications for species at risk that might inhabit agricultural lands. So there's that interesting wrinkle. Now, my understanding also is that when we do quote the 300 and change acres of land that is lost in Ontario, that is converted from agricultural land, it sounds like it's all being converted to urban land, but my understanding is it's just loss. So it could be lost to other things. I think it would be useful just so that we can give a fulsome picture to know how much is being lost to urbanization and how much is being lost to conversion to other non-urban uses. So I speak in favor.
Thanks. Anyone else? Microphone number 2.
Ed Danon. I'm just wondering if, as an advisement, if it does pass, that the board looks at it as with zoning changes as well as the land acquisitions, because I feel that a lot of companies would, have a farm name put to their business, and so the acquisition wouldn't get triggered because it would be still as a farm company. Some of these things they'll take years to acquire the land under a farm ownership, and then they'll change the zoning. So I think as long as you're paying attention to that, and I think that's one thing that John mentioned yesterday as well, that it's when the zoning changes is when it gets applied. So just a point there.
Thanks, Ed. Good comment. Number 1.
I just wanted to touch base a little bit on comments made just earlier in terms of loss of land to other things other than just urban. We in Chatham-Kent are facing for quite some period of time, started at 13. It's continuing in the last year and a half, where we're under a bylaw, temporary bylaw saying that we cannot cut down any woodlots that are greater than half an acre. And that's loss of agricultural land. A lot of these woodlots that we have are on good agricultural land. And when we're losing land to housing, conservation area, wetlands, woodlots, that's a loss of, no matter what, that's still a loss of agricultural land. We need the support in this type of motion, resolution, to help us in that avenue as well down in Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
Thanks. Anything else on the resolution? Not seeing any, we'll call a question. Please bring up the voting screen. Please vote. Resolution is carried. Number 10, sorry. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the CFA to ensure that the newly announced $250 million Environmental Goods and Services Program, beginning with the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, in April 2023, provide payments to producers who already adopt many of these best management practices and include producers who already adopted these best practices prior to the implementation date. Is there a mover?
Mark Wales, Elgin County, I so move.
Seconder?
Marianne Vandegevel, Elgin County.
Sorry?
Marianne Vandegevel, Elgin County.
Thank you. Wish to speak to it?
Just very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution really supports longstanding OFA's policy around environmental goods and services. We've been seeking these payments for probably the better part of 20 years, but this is the first time that the federal government and the provinces have actually been willing to use these terms in this new program announcement. Typically, in any programs they've had in the past, they always want to have a start date, and nobody gets rewarded for being early adopters and having done the right thing beforehand. So this is just ensuring that early adopters get treated just as fairly as late adopters. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing any, we'll bring up the voting screen, please. And please vote. Resolution is carried. Number 11, PR campaign on the benefits of fertilizer use. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture consult with the Grain Farmers of Ontario and other commodity associations to develop a new campaign extolling the need and benefits of fertilizer aimed at elected representatives, the media, and the general public. Is there a mover?
Greg Fenty, Elgin.
Thanks, Greg. Seconder?
Gary Martin, Lambton County. Second it.
Thanks, Gary.
So yeah, everybody wants to talk about it. I want to talk about fertilizer. Nobody in this room needs to be convinced of what we need to have for fertilizer on our farms, but there's a lot of people outside of this room that don't understand why we need fertilizer on our farms. I want to point out OFA's homegrown campaign, by every measure of success. I would envision the same sort of campaign, the same enthusiasm to defend our use of fertilizers to the general public, government agencies, and obviously through media. So please support this, and we can do that.
Thanks. Gary?
Yep, Gary Martin, speaking in support. Lots of good resources out there to educate the public on use of fertilizer. Some people think there's bad fertilizer and there's good fertilizer. It's all nutrients. So if we could extol the virtues, as you said in the resolution, of fertilizer and nutrients for the farm. I know in the States they have a website called nutrientsforlife.org. Great resource on educating the public on the use of fertilizer, and as well the Fertilizer Canada has a lot of good e-learning resources as well that are available.
Thank you. Anyone else? We'll call the question. Please bring up the voting screen. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Resolution number 12 from Glengarry. Therefore be resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ministry of Finance and LCBO to eliminate the LCBO markup and wine levy imposed on the direct delivery of 100% Ontario non-VQA wine to a licensee, and further be it resolved that the OFA requests that the Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, Minister of Economic Development, Job Creation and Trade, Minister of Red Tape Reduction, and the Minister of Tourism, Culture and Sport support the elimination of the LCBO markup and wine levy imposed on the direct delivery of 100% Ontario non-VQA wine to a licensee. Is there a mover?
Craig McMillan, Glengarry.
Thank you. Seconder?
William Lang, Glengarry.
Thanks. Speak to it.
Yeah, just briefly, mindful of the time. So the objective here is to have LCBO remove the markup and wine levy imposed on non-VQA wine sales to local licensees like restaurants, which is severely impacting the ability of small artisan wineries to sell to support local agritourism. In your materials, there's an example on a sale of a $20 bottle of wine. A VQA winery would receive 80% of that revenue. The non-VQA winery would get 53%, and the VQA winery pays 14% to the province, and the non-VQA winery pays 41% to the province, so it's quite a disparity. And both of these wineries are selling 100% Ontario fruit, which is grapes. So they should be treated equitably, is our position.
Thanks. Anyone else? Jim?
Jim Morrison, Niagara. The grape growers of Ontario support this resolution. Anything that will help sell Ontario-grown product. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing anyone else, we'll call a question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Number 13 from Grenville. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture recommend to both the Ontario government and the federal government that they enable the return of fertilizer production at the industrial park located in Augusta Township, Ontario, and at other Ontario locations. The mover?
Adrian Winans, Grenville County.
Thanks. Seconder?
Dave Pemberton, Dundas County.
Thank you. Would you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, fertilizer was stopped being produced in Maitland in 2010, and we would just like to see it brought back in, maybe with government help. But I found out that there's a few other mothballed plants in Ontario. That's why in your package you'll see it just says Maitland, but we added into other Ontario locations for that. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Not seeing anyone rushing up. We'll call a question. Please vote. Resolution is carried. Number 14 from Gray on tree planting on prime farmland. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture develop a position to discourage tree planting on prime farmland, classes 1, 2, 3, and 4, for amenity purposes, and further be it resolved that the OFA develop resources to support municipalities' design of municipal tree bylaws which protect agricultural land and enable long-term farming activities. Is there a mover?
Yes, so moved. Diane Booker from Gray.
Thanks, Diane. Seconder?
Paul McQueen, Gray.
Thank you. Wish to speak to it?
We've had this problem in Gray County that we have people coming and buying 100-acre lots, 100-acre farms, and planting them with trees. So it's pretty self-explanatory that we don't want prime farmland. We're losing it enough as it is. We don't need trees on them to have to try to deal with. They're not renting their land to farmers, but they're just planting trees on them.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Michael Marchant, Northeast PAC. We'd like to table this for a friendly amendment. We'd like it to be all-inclusive soil classes or none at all. Thank you.
Is that a motion to table, Michael? Or do you want to just propose an amendment?
We'd be for it otherwise.
Okay. Can we, Peter, can you change that to all prime farmland? Prime farmland or all farmland? All farmland. Please. Eleanor?
Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. Do we seriously want the government telling us what we can do on our land? She stated someone came in and bought the land. If I go and buy a piece of land, I do not want the government, the municipality, or anybody else telling me what I can do on that. If it's my land, I can plant whatever I want on it. Now, it would be stupid of me to plant trees on good crop ground, but that's my right. It's my right not to rent it to you as well. So, I don't know, do we seriously want the government telling us what we can and cannot do on the land that we own?
Thank you. Number 1.
Yes, Paul McQueen, Grey County. I think it's more in the fact is if it's a good, productive farm and there's programs out there that a non-farmer could enter themselves into that plants those trees, they get subsidized to plant those trees from possibly the government, and then they get the farm forest classification or whatever, and then that land's taking out of food production. So I don't think it's the part of telling the person what they can and cannot do. It's initiating government programs that allow you to plant those trees on that farm, which takes it out of production. So anyway, there's just a little bit more detail on that part.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Thank you, Neil Vincent Curran. And I think this goes against good stewardship practice, especially for windbreaks. Because of Heritage Act, good windbreaks have to have breaks in them so that they're not continuous over the acreage required in that municipality. But this goes against the freedom of an owner to do what they want. So I am opposed to this. Thank you.
Thanks. Microphone number 4.
Brian Cruz, Northumberland County. Just like to thank, speaking against this motion, I'd like to thank the 2 previous speakers that brought up the idea that this is private property and that we don't want the government telling us what we can and can't do on this private property.
Number 1.
Thanks, Paul Vickers from Grey. One of the comments that we did make in Grey County when this was being drafted, it seemed ironic how if we wanted to clear cut a bush to make it into farmland, we have to have permission from the county. But on the other side, if you want to plant a whole farm into trees, you can do it regardless. And that was one of our concerns. It seemed like if you wanted to put it back into farmland, you have to get a permit. But to take it out of farmland, there was no permit was required.
Microphone number 2.
Jim Partridge, Simcoe County. I think people that think the government is not telling us what to do with our land now are being naive. We're being told a lot of the time by the government to tell us what to do with our land. That's nothing new. I speak in favor of the motion.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ron Bonnet, Algoma. I speak in opposition to the motion. I think it is a little too general, and we have to realize that there are some agricultural crops that are trees. Christmas trees, fruit trees, all kinds of trees, and this is very open-ended. The other thing that was mentioned earlier about the use of windbreaks, and I know a number of farms that have managed forests as a portion of their land, and it's on marginal land with agricultural land. And that would discourage them from replanting some of those plots. But for that, reason, I think it's very general, I would speak against it.
Thank you.
Paul McQueen, Grey County. I think we're losing sight of what we're trying to say here. It's not saying that a person could plant trees. It's saying that a person could get into a program that's a farm that's growing corn, soybean, wheat, and all of a sudden change that farm into trees and get the subsidy that all the other taxpayers that subsidize that managed forest then has to pay for. We're talking about food production and land. We're not talking about windbreaks. Windbreaks are great. They work for in the fruit, in the apple orchards and all that stuff. We're not saying that. We're talking about farms. We're not talking about small sections of your farm. I think we're losing sight of what we're talking about here, because you talk about the 319 acres that's coming out every day. Do you not think some of that is farms that are being planted in trees?
Okay, I'm not seeing anyone else. Oh, sorry.
Gerald Kellington, York. I know we've been dealing with some issues of actually York Region planting regional forests on our some prime farmland that are encircling me and taking out of farm production. So we've got government doing that also. So, you know, maybe there's a few things that aren't quite right with this resolution. I'm not that wordsmith, but we certainly do need to look at that side of it, because planting trees on this prime farmland is no different to me than planting houses.
Diane, you will close. Is that
Yes,
Diane?
I'll close. We, as in our whereas, it does say that trees, nurseries, Christmas trees, maple syrup, all that, it's not about our farm trees. It's about the people coming in, buying the land, and planting it, as Paul said, with trees that we cannot use it for prime agriculture land anymore. Thank you.
Thanks. That closes the discussion. We'll bring up the vote. Please vote now. And the resolution is lost. And on the bright side, we're over halfway through. Kawartha Lakes. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture Board of Directors move their AGM to the winter months with enough lead time to allow county federations to also hold their AGMs in the winter. A suggestion of February is made. Is there a mover?
Yeah, Paul Buckley, Kawartha Haliburton.
Thank you. Seconder?
Barry Baxter, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you. Wish to speak to it?
Yeah, shortly. We've just been having trouble having people out to our AGM in October. We're busy taking beans off and cutting silage, and we struggle to get quorum most years, so it'd be nicer to move it to the winter when we have more time to sit and debate these topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Maybe. Number 3.
Hi, Rob Vandenhengel from Huron. I'm in opposition to this one. The biggest thing is the AGM here for the OFA has to be within 90 days of their year end. The year end for the OFA is August 31st. So to move the annual meeting to February, their winter months, the OFA has to change their year end to accommodate that. So there's a whole lot of other issues involved than just changing the date of the AGM.
How did I know? Number 4.
Sorry, attending Halton meetings, you should know this. Jamie Ryan, Halton. I'll be opposed. Simply put, all you have to do is change the dates. You have 3 articles that'll be impacting upon you, grandfathered or not. You're still going to have to abide by the Not-for-Profit Act. So will the rest of the Federation members that are here, because they're a part of what's going to be happening when you're going through the process. Merely stating that you can't move your dates, you can. So if you go to the standard date of December 31st, you're fine. If you do it the government date of March 31st, you're fine. if you went into the Agricor records, and I'm sure that somebody that worked at Agricor on your staff would be able to verify that some 90% of all farming is actually on one of those 2 dates. This is not an issue. I believe as well that we need to be able to adapt to the modernization of what is existing under the Not-for-Profit Act.
Thank you. Number 2.
Julie Dane in Perth County. I'm against this resolution. At Perth County, we hold our regional meeting in August, early September, just so we can get our regional meeting done. We've split our regional meeting away from our annual meeting. We're able to get people out for our regional meetings because it's before a major harvest season. And then we have changed our bylaws within our own county to do our annual meeting in January.
Thanks. Anyone else? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution is lost. Number 16 from Kawartha Lakes and Halliburton. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to enable a municipality to levy an additional $1,000 charge on each new residence built to go towards funding the cost of new and/or upgrades to drainage systems and municipal road infrastructure needed to serve areas of less productive lands being brought into food production to replace existing productive lands lost to urban development. Is there a mover?
We're going to withdraw this resolution. Thank you.
You're going to withdraw?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Can we go to number 17? Thank you. Spray drift from Lambton. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to enhance education on the effects of spray drift on different crops and how to avoid drift as part of the Ontario Pesticide Education Program. And further be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby the Ontario government to create an easier conduit to report and record issues of spray drift, and that such tracking leads to identification of and consequences for applicators causing chronic spray drift. And further be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture to lobby the Pest Management Regulatory Agency of Health Canada for consistency of information across approved labels and technical or promotional materials prepared by pesticide manufacturers and registrants. Is there a mover?
Gary Martin, Lambton County. I so move.
Thanks, Gary. Seconder?
Brian East, Lambton County.
Thank you. You wish to speak to it?
Yes, this was brought to us by a member. He was a grape grower and winery, and his original resolution was a little more restrictive, and we kind of dialed it back into a education piece because a lot of the stuff he was asking for is already on label. So we thought we would bring forward the spray drift. And basically we had 3 points that we wanted to bring forward. As better education about spray drift and impacts to crops through the grower pesticide education program. And number 2, creating a better, easier to use conduit for reporting and tracking spray drift incidences. And number 3, pushing for consistency between pesticide label and other product info that is often shared by manufacturers and product registrants.
Thank you. Microphone number 1.
Brian Gilroy, Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Growers, and I'm speaking against this motion. The last thing we need to do is lobby PMRA for more regulations and restrictions. I've had a crop protection specialist go through the labels, and buffer zones are thoroughly discussed on the labels currently. And in tree fruit, we use air blast sprayers where drift issues are a bit more complicated than your standard field sprayers. So yeah, this resolution is something that I would prefer not be presented in a public forum, and I've already asked the people putting it forward if they would be willing to withdraw it, and they're not. But I've had the exact same problem that this grape grower had, and it's a simple matter of talking to the person that's renting your land, showing them the damages done, and working out a compromise on what the compensation should be. So we're challenged with crop protection restrictions right now. We don't need to be forcing them on ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Leo Blytorp, Dufferin County. I've been the subject of spray drift, so I understand the problem. And I am very hesitant to appeal to PMRA or any government body because I just fear we're going to be more restricted. I think these complaints and problems are legitimate, but I think we need to seek other ways to redress that problem. One might be through the Certified Crop Advisor Program. All of these people are supposed to be, or many are members of that, so maybe a complaint can be lodged through that body. We also have the applicator themselves that belong usually to OFA or something like that. But to have the government add further regulation, I think we're going to have important crop protection tools taken away from us, which we don't need. We're already hindered enough with not enough products out there for a good competitive crop protection regime. So I speak against the motion.
Thank you. Number 1.
Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. I would speak against it, but you could just ask the people that are doing the courses, go through OSCIA and say, could you just add a little bit more to the education portion of that and have that solved through the education, because we all have to have a license. The other part, Google spray drift, number comes up online, where to call. So that's easy fix as well. And yeah, going through PMRA might kill us all.
Well, that's, if you see there, it doesn't say any ask for any more regulations. It's asking for more education. And basically we want to have consistency between the label and the actual promotional materials. That's all it is. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking for more regulation. And that was the whole point of the rewriting the resolution as it was given to us by one of our members.
I'm not sure
I'll take that as clarity.
whether I can speak to it again or not, but in the second further be it resolved, you talk about a conduit to report and record issues of spray drift, and that such tracking lead to identification of and consequences for applicators causing chronic spray drift. Chronic could be once.
Any other speakers?
Brenda Cochran, Lanark County. I speak in opposition to this. All of this is already in place. Perhaps all we need to do is help people understand where they can report chronic problems. If you're not having any luck speaking to the sprayer operator, then, you know, all OFA really needs to do is maybe put a link on the website, click a button, and report that person. So that we can get that problem under control, but all the regulations are already in place and the education is there. So I think the next step is taking it one step further.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution is lost. Number 18, from Leeds, new farmer recruitment. Therefore be resolved that the OFA will conduct dedicated, academically supported analysis on how to attract a new generation of farmers and to look at what incentives and ensuring policy changes are required to allow for the industry to be open for opportunity for those 30 and under. This could include incentives to existing and retiring farmers to transition their land and agribusinesses to the first generation farmers where there's no viable family succession plan. Mover.
Ryan Passy, Leeds.
Seconder.
Eleanor Renault leads.
You wish to speak to it?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is an alarming trend. I put it in the whereas statements, some of the statistics from the 2021 Canadian census. The average age of Canadian farmers, not just in Ontario, is increasing at an alarming rate. It's a similar trend we've seen in healthcare and teachers. Eventually you look around, you wonder, where the hell are all the teachers? Where the hell are all the healthcare workers? We're trying to prevent this from happening in 10, 15 years. We wonder, look around the room here and say, where the hell are all the farmers? I think we need to come up with non-traditional and non-conventional ways to provide capital to first-generation farmers who may not have the means to acquire the multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt it takes to get into this business. So it's not explicitly about transition plans. It could also be other opportunities to get into the agribusiness sector.
Thank you. Number 3.
Neil Vincent Huron again. I'm strongly opposed to this. 50 years ago, there was, well, nobody's going into farming. You can't make a living at it. In our area, there's probably 3 or 4 times the young people that would love to farm if they could put together the proper business plan for buying in. There's enough foreign money keeps coming in, being invested, and it squeezes a lot of those that they have to take jobs in other things. A lot of them work in the expanded agricultural area, but there has always been price things. What I paid 50 years ago for land looks insignificant now, but the income I made at that time made the payments. Incentive plans don't work. You have to have somebody that's invested enough that can find somebody to help them, and mentors. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one, number 3. Oh, sorry, number 2, go ahead.
Ken Dawson, Chatham, Kent. I oppose this one for the simple reason is those under 30. It could be an older person where he's going to take over his father's farm and he's 40, 45. He's got another 20 years to go. Or it could be somebody retiring and then wants to get into farming again. So the reason, the word 30 in there is what puts me against this.
Thanks. Number 3.
Hi, Rob Alexander, Durham. I'm going to speak in favor of this motion as a young farmer who was successfully recruited to the industry from outside, not having a family farm, no farming background. The work that everybody in this room does inspired me 5 years ago to make that leap. I've been lucky enough to work with a couple that has owned the farm that I work at. They've mentored me the last 5 years and basically taught me everything that they know and given me lots of opportunities like this one to be involved in the industry and learn as much as possible. I will say that the expense of land is the biggest barrier. And I don't think that recruiting the farmers necessarily is the challenge. I think there's lots of people out there that want to farm and would love to grow food for their communities, but how to make that financial transaction happen realistically is an issue. So I'm open to any improvements or ideas that might help facilitate the transition to the next generation. And it may be more creative solutions than what's on this list, but I think this is a good starting point.
Thank you.
Eleanor Renault, Leeds County, and of course I'm in favor of it. This is not something new either. There has been programs in the past where I am sure a number of people in this room benefited from government programs to allow first-time farmers to get into agriculture, to buy a farm. The mentorship that was mentioned, that is a perfect opportunity. And there is lots of people out there that would like to get out of ag, have nobody in the family, but would still like to see the farm farmed. Why couldn't OFA help with that match-up?
Thanks. Anyone else? All right, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution is lost. 19 from Middlesex, federal electoral boundaries. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture support the position that the municipalities should not be split between more than one electoral district unless the population of the municipality itself exceeds the target threshold for riding population. And further be it resolved that the OFA support the position that the county should be fragmented into as few electoral districts as possible. Is there a mover?
Marcel Meyer, Middlesex County.
Thanks. Seconder?
Jason O'Neill, Middlesex, I so second.
Thank you. You wish to speak to it?
Every 10 years, the Electoral Distribution Commission looks at boundaries. This particular round, they've got one extra one extra seat that they're going to redistribute. That caused some grief in our neck of the woods. While this happened during the summer and fall and the comment period has ended, the changes that were being proposed by the Commission was splitting communities in our municipality and in our county into 3 different ridings at times. And unfortunately, it really causes some confusion, and maybe it's the fact that we're pretty comfortable with the way things are and don't like change, but it seems rather unique that we'd be split into 3. So the best example I can use is that with the Federation of Agriculture, you'd never have a director have a municipality split in 2 and have directors from two different directors represent part of the same municipality. It doesn't make sense, particularly when 115,000 people are the sort of magic number that they want within a riding, but they've got tolerances that will allow for quite variances. And why this is important is because this is going to happen again, but it's also going to happen in the provincial system once the federal one is done, and so we're going to be talking about this again. We really would like the OFA support.
Jason, are you speaking to it?
Yeah, further to what Marcel said, Middlesex is currently in 2 ridings, which we're used to working with, both Elgin and Lambton. Our concern is more if just the low-level municipality of Thames Centre alone is being split into 3, we're just concerned it's going to be a lot of coordination to meet with 3 different members of parliament for both provincial and federal for our organization, as well as if, like, Thames Centre is represented by 3 different MPs, are any of those 3 going to care enough about that municipality that each only have 1/3 of it, that it's just going to become an afterthought in the riding and not properly served?
Thanks. Number 1.
Yeah, Philip Armstrong from PLM opposed to this. We got our farm, we got allocated into a Brampton riding. And at first I thought, don't like that, because we were part of Caledon and Dufferin and everything. And then I got thinking, well, that opens up an opportunity to talk to another MP. And when you talk about fragmentation of it, that allows us to access more MPs, and they may be closer to you, and so we may have more influence. So in hindsight, or when I got looking at it, I go, no, I think this is a good opportunity that we shouldn't just be stuck for, rural agricultural ridings with MPs. It's nice to be to open up new people, and I think it's a positive thing that the way everything does. So I think there's a positive spin to it. I don't think it's negative.
Thanks. Number 2.
Gary Martin, Lambton County, speaking in support. Also in Lambton County, we have Don Euphemia, who's going to be split into 2, a very small municipality, and they recently amalgamated, and they're having a hard time coming together as one, and they're already being split back into 2 different sections of their municipality, constituent municipalities. I too presented at the electoral redistribution meeting in London recently. The comment period is over, and all the different comments are going to be put on their website. We put ours on our Lambton Federation website if you so choose to look at it. Thank you.
Thanks. Number 4.
Donna Lunn, Elgin County. I speak in favor of this motion. Elgin County, again, will be affected by this, and we didn't need to be with the numbers, only because there was 1 extra that needed to be in Brampton, did all this jockey down. And it is destroying natural communities. they will take out the City of St. Thomas out of our Elgin riding, and all of our head offices for our hospital, our health unit, our ambulance, our social services, all their offices are in the City of St. Thomas, and which Elgin County surrounds. We work well. If they move this the way they've got it, the seat would be so far from Port Burwell to almost to Lambton boundaries, making it pretty much impossible. It's certainly not a green solution.
Thanks. Not seeing anyone else. We'll call the question. And the resolution is carried. Number 20, fertilizer tariff issue. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture Board communicate to the OFA membership why they deserve membership's trust in their current strategy.
Patrick Berkeley, Middlesex County, I move.
Thank you. Seconder.
Ed Lee, Middlesex County.
Thank you. You supposed to speak to it?
Yeah. This issue just comes from, we've had a lot of membership that is deeply concerned with the fertilizer issue and the 30% reductions. There's a lot of chaos going around it, and the way this resolution is written, it respects the fact that the board has got to make tough decisions that we can't all be privy to. But we're finding that it's hard, it's ambiguous, it's tricky. We don't know. We're having a trouble describing to membership why the current strategy is in the best interest of agriculture. And I know that there is information out there that individuals can gain access to know what the OFA has said. You know, we get, I don't know, was it like 6 emails a week now? I don't think the answer to this solution is another email. It's, I think we need to figure out how does this board and this organization communicate that we are doing a solid job for membership, and that it's going to have some success, and give us a reason to have faith that the current strategy of maintaining a seat at the table is going to pay off for Ontario agriculture.
Thanks. Any other speakers? Go ahead. Yep.
Paul Buckley, Kawartha Halburn. I'll speak in support of this. However, the let it be resolved is a little unclear. I would just kind of echo the sentiment that with the fertilizer targets, voluntary ones, leading up to it, it was a little unclear kind of where OFA was going to be standing on this, and there wasn't a lot of discussion to be had at membership level or PAC level. So I did raise some concerns with that, and then how it says in there with like maintaining a seat at the table, that had been commented to me a few times. So it'd just be nice to, you know, leading up to some of these commenting periods, to either engage membership, have discussion, or, you know, get us involved in those things. So that's what I'd speak in support of it.
Thank you. Any other speakers? We'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. We do have about 6 resolutions left. We are getting up against the clock and mindful of everyone's time. Other organizations do take the resolutions and refer them to the board if this body can't get to them. We're wondering if that's something that's of interest here, or you want to continue on with the other 6. Crispin?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would move that the balance of the resolutions, given the time and the fact that some people have a long way to go to get back home, that the balance of the resolutions be sent to the board to be discussed, debated, and resolved, and that the results of those discussions and votes be sent back to the AGM, to the committee, to the groups.
Is there a seconder?
Julie Dane in Perth County, and seeing as most of our resolutions in the bottom, we will look forward to hearing from the board on this.
Thanks, Julie. Is there any other discussion, Eleanor?
Yeah, Eleanor Renault, Leeds County. Is there any possibility, if you're going to take it away from this room and take it to the board, that we could all listen in on your debate on these resolutions at your board meeting by Zoom? That would be easy enough to do.
I think we can certainly look into that and perhaps make an accommodation. Our board meetings are open to membership. So, any other? Go ahead, Sandra.
Thanks, Drew. Sandra Voss, Brant, may I just make a suggestion for next year following up on Perth's comment? Could you every other year reverse the order of the resolutions? You always do it alphabetical. Could we not start next year with them from the bottom up just to be a little more fair? Thanks.
That's a great point, and I didn't even realize they were alphabetical. But anyway, I thought they were presented the way they came in, but go ahead.
Mike Van Nieuwenhuis, Kent County. I feel I come here not to go to the workshops, not that I don't find them important. I figure we have other stuff on our agenda that is more important. I would like to see that we leave the discussion or the breakout sections to the end, deal with the work that we're here for first. If we have time for breakout sessions, that's great.
Thanks for the comment. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there another comment here? Go ahead.
Tanya Terpstra, Ontario Pork. I've listened to the meeting today and yesterday. You asked your grassroots members if you wanted more training. You'd asked that you don't have to spend so much time away from the farm. This is an all one stop. You get training, your time's condensed off the farm. So if you want training, those workshops are training. That's what your grassroots asked for. Thank you.
Okay. We do have one more speaker. Michael?
Michael Marchant, Northeast Pack, 6+ hour drive home. I'm actually willing to stay. If we're talking half an hour, it's not going to make that big of a difference.
Okay, can we get a show of hands on the motion that's on the floor? Do you have it up on the screen? Yeah, I can put it up. Okay, sure, yep. Confidential voting. It is on the screen. Please vote. Motion is lost. We're going to carry on. Niagara 21, European foul brood. I'm getting ready to call Mark up here to do some work. I'm going to read from my sheet while it comes up. Therefore be resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs and the Ontario Beekeepers Association to develop best management practices for beekeepers in the hope of decreasing the effects of European foul brood, and further be it resolved that the OFA work with the OBA in promoting Ontario-resistant honeybees, bred specifically for resistance to brood diseases such as European foul brood. Is there a mover?
Chris Mullet-Coop, Niagara Federation.
Thanks, Chris. Seconder?
Johnny D'Amatos, Lanark County.
Thank you. Speak to it, Chris.
Yes, the Niagara Federation put this resolution forward because there was a concern by one of our directors who represented beekeepers with regards to European foul brood. We've since been in collaboration with Lanark County and have presented a friendly amendment, which we accepted and is up for you this morning. So I'm going to let them speak to the issue. They can better communicate the challenge here.
Good day. So I'll keep it short because I know everyone's on tight time. European foul brood is just another disease that beekeepers have to face. We've dealt with it before. It's typically a nutritional-based illness. So it comes up a lot in southern Ontario because that's where a lot of folks send their bees out to pollination. And pollination in its nature is very nutritionally stressful on the bees. However, we have been seeing recently what appears to be some drug-resistant strains of this bacteria presenting itself. Because of this, burn orders have been implemented more and more. Typically, it's only for the extreme situations where the colony is really chockers full of this bacteria. So we've been working with a few best practices that we can implement. We'd like to kind of push more of those onto beekeepers, especially commercial pollinators. So those are kind of the big ones. A big tool in our toolbox is the Ontario Resistant Honeybee Selection Program. It's been in Ontario since the 90s. It breeds for bees that are resistant to illnesses like this. So, I'm a big fan of not reinventing the wheel, so if we can take advantage of programs that we already have in our tool belt, I'd like to see that happen. Right. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other speakers? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Number 22, from Niagara, OMAFRA boardrooms and halls. Therefore be resolved that the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs and the Infrastructure Ontario, that the OFA work with the Ontario Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs and Infrastructure Ontario to develop a policy allowing agricultural stakeholders, organizations, and commodity groups to use boardrooms and halls in OMAFRA offices and buildings. Is there a mover?
Rob Cosby, Niagara North.
Thank you.
Niagara,
Seconder?
pardon me.
Chris Mullet-Coop, Niagara.
Thanks. Rob?
The reason this came out in Niagara, we have a OMAFRA building at Vineland Station with a well-equipped boardroom and meeting room. It's been used for several decades by our local federation, other commodity organizations. It's been used for grower pesticide training courses, even local horticultural society. All those meeting rooms were closed as of when COVID came about 2 years ago. Now, since rules have been relaxed, the OMAFRA, we've been led to believe that it's actually Infrastructure Ontario that owns the property, has decided that it's no longer appropriate to have public groups using their facilities. And we understand that this is also affecting other people in the province. So we would certainly appreciate that there could be some lobbying done to those parties to get our groups back into those rooms that we've used for several decades.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Not seeing any. We'll call a question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Number 23 from Ottawa, aid for Navan Sarsfield farmers. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture work with the proper levels of government, MMAH, OMAFRA, the Premier's Office, and any other necessary agency that could help get financial assistance for everyone affected by this storm for losses not covered by insurance. And further be it resolved that OFA work with the same government departments to develop a clear and concise set of rules for disaster assistance for future events to alleviate the stress and unpredictability and what appears to be discriminatory rules or political interference when one area qualifies for assistance and others don't, which were affected by the same event. Is there a mover?
Terry Otto from Ottawa moves.
Thank you. Seconder?
Angus Banning, Ottawa.
Thank you. Wish to speak to it?
Yes, this isn't quite just aid for Navan and Sarsfield farmers. It's for everybody in the province that was affected by this storm that went through in May. We're led to believe that the only people that got assistance from the government were people in Uxbridge Township, and they were affected by the same storm that our farmers were in our area. They got assistance up to $245,000, I believe, per farm or per household, whereas Navan farmers, Sarsfield farmers got zip. We were told that the Minister of Municipal Affairs, which is in charge of that, was out and examined because supposedly Ottawa had applied, and they said that because Ottawa is a relatively wealthy area, those people don't qualify for assistance. So all we're asking is to be treated the same as the whole province. Since that, just a little bit of an update. One of the farmers that was affected has spoken to John Yakubowski, and he said that MMAH will not help whatsoever. The minister has refused, and we have to target our Minister of Agriculture and Food to react the same way that they did when we had the ice storm in Eastern Ontario. And Minister of Agriculture and Food within a week produced $1,000, which is not much, but $1,000 immediately to everybody that was affected. So we're just asking to be treated the same, so that's what it's all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Not seeing anyone coming up, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Number 24 from Perth, Agricor's customer service. Still waiting on a call. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture requests the province to review Agricor's customer service and ability to service Ontario farmers effectively and promptly. Is there a mover?
Julie Dane in Perth County, I so move.
Thanks. Seconder?
Tyler Dedham, Perth County, seconded.
Thanks. Go ahead.
I just wanted to bring up, we've had a lot of members complaining about the customer service from Agricor, and we'd like to see some better customer service and try and make them accountable when their mission statement is good accountability and customer service to the farmers. So I've had a couple members willing to share their stories with us. One had some succession transition issues, and the problems were that Agricor deals in silos with different issues, and there's not an easy step-to-step process. People wouldn't get back to her, people would not help her through her situation, and it ended up taking 1.5 years to get through the succession issues with Agricor, which is unacceptable. And another customer was dealing with rude customer service at Agricor for an issue through no fault of her own, and trying to work through the issue with Agricor, and she was very upset with their lack of customer service. And we've had many, many, many more complaints about the customer service at Agricor.
Thanks. Any other discussion? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution is carried. Also from Perth, number 25, board level leadership training. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture prepare a board level leadership training and development policy to ensure continued success into the future. Is there a mover?
Tim Halliday, Perth County, I so move.
Thank you. Seconder?
Julie McIntosh, Perth County.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I guess there's an opinion of our board in Perth County that the more training, the better. I've been on PAC for probably too long, too many years. But one of the things I've noticed is a lot of the reps that come from our commodity groups are very, very well trained in governance and so on, probably better than our own directors. And, you know, you think another group, Gailey, puts a lot of effort into training, and it makes a difference on their balance sheet at the end of the year. And I would just like OFA board members to be to that standard and encouraging that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Number 3.
Ethan Wallace, Director, Zone 7. I'm in support of this motion. I come out of the Gailey Training and Development Program. Training and development for all of us in this room is imperative. It allows us to be better leaders. It allows us to take our organization far into the future. Our board of directors has undertaken some training, and I look forward to this motion passing and the training that will be coming with it.
Thanks. Not seeing anyone else, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution's carried. Number 26, from Perth, cellular reception. Therefore, be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby appropriate organizations to determine causes of unreliable cellular reception in rural Ontario and seek potential solutions to improve cellular connectivity in rural areas. And further be it resolved that the OFA submit a complaint to the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission on current cellular connectivity issues. Is there a mover?
Derek Vanderwall, Perth County, I so move.
Seconder?
Sarah DeVries, Perth County.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So I'm a food animal vet by day and a farmer by night. While working, I rely on this device to do what I do. So anything from responding to emergencies, consulting with farmer clients, and communicating with my staff at the clinic as well as at home on my own farm, so I can continue to do what I do on a daily basis. Working on the road, it makes it difficult to do your job when your call drops in the middle of the conversation, or you have to stop on the side of the road because you know if you drive 3 minutes further, that call will fail. So having more reliable cell service would ensure those in my profession and any other profession can be more efficient with their time and ultimately offer better service to our clients and those that live and work in rural Ontario. We realize that this is not a problem that can be solved overnight, but from conversing with members here today and the last couple of days, this problem is obviously not exclusive to Perth County, and so I ask for your support on this motion to get the ball rolling and get these issues solved. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Number 1.
Barry Baxter, Kawartha Lakes. We have the exact same problem. I speak for this motion.
I think you're echoing a lot of the same problem probably in the room. So if there's no other speakers, we'll call the question. Please vote. Resolution is carried. Number 27 from Wellington, PMRA. Therefore be it resolved that the Ontario Federation of Agriculture lobby PMRA Agriculture Canada and the Federal Minister of Agriculture to expedite the approval of drone application of pesticides by harmonizing label procedures, respecting drone applications where the pesticide involved is already approved for ground and aerial application in Canada and where drone application is permitted by the EPA in the U.S. Is there a mover?
Barclay Knapp, Wellington.
Thanks. Seconder?
Greg Deneen, Wellington.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Drone usage in agriculture is growing, but it is not new. At the Outdoor Farm Show, for example, there was several companies focused on agricultural drone sales. One of them sold out of every drone it had through sales at the show. The drone demonstrations were also some of the more popular attended demonstrations there. Using drones to apply pesticide is already being done in the USA and Asia. Germany, France, and the Swiss are conducting tests and trials to move forward with it. Canada needs to catch up. The cover of the article in the Grain Farmers Middle East magazine does a good job highlighting drone usage. It's another tool that we would like to see available to farmers.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Not seeing any, we'll call the question. The resolution is carried. That brings us to the end of the resolutions. I appreciate everyone's time. Appreciate everyone's time and input into the discussions. They're certainly valuable, and this is an important process to work our way through, and will help inform our decisions going forward. Please leave your clickers on the table, and I'll turn it back over to Peggy.
So I want to echo Drew's words about thank you for staying so long. And actually the second last resolution, or the last one, there were still 200 voters in the room. So while I'm very mindful of your time, we do appreciate that you were willing to stay. So thank you. Drew hit the first item on my list. Clickers, please make sure that you don't take them with you. As they often say, they will not open your garage and they will not turn on your TV. Second announcement is not an announcement, but one more piece of business, and that is we would like to say thank you to one of our past board members. Mark Kunkel, partway through the year, had decided not to run. He was on the board for 7.5 years representing Zone 15, Northern Ontario. His passion for northern agriculture has always been evident, and he took my place when I became an at-large director. He was a long-time Northern Caucus chair and an integral part of getting the plastic recycling pilot project off the ground. And he continues to be engaged in northern agriculture and thus advancement through the Northern Ontario Farm Innovation Alliance. So we thank Mark. The winners of the gamification on your app, I have the prizes. Come find me. First place, Jason O'Neill. Second place, Marcel Meyer. Competition against each other there. And third place, Joyce Sonnefeld. If you haven't already, do pay for your item for the silent auction. And boxed lunches are in the foyer. Safe travels home, everyone. Motion to adjourn. Somebody call it out. Moved. There we go. Away we go. Thank you, everyone. long chain. Okay. Maybe.
One more picture. 3 of us.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Do a video.
Me and the girls.
We need like cheers.
Good. Mr. Jason.
Take choice.
Yeah? Is she from your area? I don't know.